Welcome to all of you, our esteemed dignitaries and distinguished speakers. Today we are gathered here for the second edition of Modern Energy Cooking Forum 2023, organized by the Modern Energy Cooking Services Program through its in-country partner India, Finovista, and supported by the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, International Solar Alliance, Power Foundation of India, Energy Efficiency Services Ltd. The forum established in 2022 with an aim to intensify the cooperation among the stakeholders from both public and private sector in the areas of renewable and clean energy for clean cooking by offering them a platform to promote dialogue and exchange ideas to leverage investment in renewable energies, particularly electricity access. I'm excited to share that along with today's panel discussions lined up, we'll also witness some live demonstrations of some innovative technologies in clean cooking. Allow me to introduce myself as your host for today. My name is Kumar Satyam, Program Management and Research Associate with Finovista. We would now begin this session on an auspicious note with a lamp lighting ceremony. I would request Mr. Vimal Kumar, Director, Finovista, Ms. Sheetal Rastogi, Co-Founder, Finovista, Mr. Krishna Kumar Sinha, Advisor, Finovista, to please escort the dignitaries for the lamp lighting. I would request Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Deputy Secretary General, Climate Parliament and former Director General of Forests and Special Secretary to the Government of India, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, CEO, Energy Efficiency Services Ltd, Mr. Gaya Prasad, Deputy Director General, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Gramin, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, Dr. Nick Russo, Industrial License Manager, Modern Energy Cooking Services Program, Mr. Rajpal, Senior Advisor, Power Foundation of India, to please come on the stage for lamp lighting.
Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Siddhivinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Mangalamurti Mooraya Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Siddhivinayaka Namo Namaha Ashtavinayaka Namo Namaha Mangalamurti
I request our inaugural panel to please be seated on the stage. I request Mr. Vimal Kumar, Director, Finovista, to please present the bouquet to Dr. Nick Russo, Industrial License Manager, Modern Energy Cooking Services. I request Ms. Sheetal Rastogi, Co-Founder, Finovista, to please present the bouquet to Mr. Gaya Prasad, Deputy Director General, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Gramin, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Requesting Mr. Krishna Kumar Sinha, Advisor, Finovista, to please present the bouquet to Mr. Vishal Kapoor, CEO, Energy Efficiency Services Ltd.
Thanks very much.
Requesting Mr. Vimal Kumar, Director of Innovista, to please present the bouquet to Mr. Rajpal, Senior Advisor, Power Foundation of India. Thank you. Sorry. Requesting Ms. Seetala Stogi, co-founder of Innovista, to please present the bouquet to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Deputy Secretary General, Climate and former Director General of Forest, Special Secretary to the Government of India. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nick Russo, International Liaison Manager, Modern Energy Cooking Services Program, to take the session forward with his opening remarks.
Good morning. Hi. I'm not going to say very much on this occasion. I'll have a little bit later. I'll have more of a speech. But I just wanted to make 2 or 3 small comments. I believe this is my 15th time of coming to India. And when I first came, I was representing the UK government, and we were discussing collaboration about training and skills. So that was a long, long time ago, and India for me was very foreign, exotic, interesting, exciting, and lots of amazing food. But this week has been my most exciting week in India, culminating in this event. The opportunity to work with so many visionary leaders and organizations that are collectively creating a really exciting vision for the future. When we started working with Finovista in 2019 around electric cooking, the question everyone was asking is, what evidence can you give to show that electric cooking is viable in India? Now, in 2023, the question is, India must move to electric cooking. How can we make this happen? And that is a huge shift, and it's a huge credit to everyone in this room and everyone who's been involved over those years. I won't say any more because I must deliver an apology from my boss and one of the co-leaders of the MECS Programme, Dr. Simon Batchelor, who sadly is not able to be with us due to ill health. But he has recorded a message which I hope you'll find helpful and stimulating and set the scene for the discussion.
Hi, my name is Dr. Simon Batchelor. I'm the Research Coordinator for the Modern Energy Cooking Services Programme. I would have dearly loved to have been with you today, but I have a cold, cough or a flu. The coughing's not just for show. As soon as I mention the word cough, it makes me cough. I have tested negative for COVID, but it has all the appearances of long COVID. So it's a great day for you all to come together as stakeholders, and I'm excited to see how many different people are in the room. Bureau of Energy Efficiency, EESL, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Power. It's great that all of you as stakeholders have come together, and I hope that there's lots of private sector in the room as well. And I'm sure it's a very timely discussion of an important subject. The reason I mentioned stakeholders coming together is because our whole programme was fueled by a political economy analysis that saw that there was a clean cooking sector where professionals were focused on clean cooking. And there was energy access sector where electricity access was being rolled out to people. And there's been tremendous gains in electricity access over the last 10 years across the world. There's been far less gains in the clean cooking sector, although India has led the way with your LPG program. But really, these two problems were being looked at as two distinct problems rather than coming together. So we recognized a mutual neglect between the two groups of professionals. They were sitting, thinking about the problem differently in different rooms. And part of e-cooking is about that mutual support. bringing together those ideas so that SDG 7 becomes joined up. Instead of 7.1.1 focusing on electricity, 7.1.2 on clean cooking, actually bring in 7.2 on renewable energy and 7.3 on energy efficiency. And UNSC for All has coined this as mutual support. And so we're looking for integrated planning of modern energy inclusive of cooking. To illustrate this integrated energy planning and draw attention to the integrated nature of it, I wanted to make reference to the Ayrton Programme, which is Ayrton Fund, which is a £1 billion commitment by UK to clean energy. And you'll see here, they tried to describe a very complex program in this sort of framework, but you'll see that it involves next generation solar, it involves energy efficient appliances, it involves energy storage. All of these are coming together. There have been great strides forward in energy storage over the last 5-10 years, particularly because of e-vehicles and the whole e-mobility. And those can be leveraged into e-cooking. The context will always depend on the enabling environment. And of course, here in India, you have already introduced Go Electric, which is that combination of transport and cooking. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency has introduced the star rating for induction stoves. All of this is excellent enabling environment. And I'm hoping that there's lots of private sector in the room, and that also they're beginning to be encouraged to create the supply chains that will feed an e-cooking revolution. And of course, investment is really important, and we will talk in a moment about climate and carbon investment. Now, I don't want to become too technical with you, even though the room is probably full of engineers. I just want to point out other fuels, gas, biomass, need airflow to create their heat. And that means that there is always hot air going up the side of pans and effectively a loss of energy. Resistive coils also generate heat and try to get it into the pan. I say try to get it into the pan because they too, depending on how they fit with the pan, can have wastage upwards and even sometimes downwards, those coil spirals. You can overcome that by introducing induction. Induction does that heat transfer much more effectively. And that's why India is talking so much about induction, because it's a magnetic flux that generates the heat in the pan, and it's good for short cooking and particularly frying. However, as soon as you get to long cooking with beans and dals, then the size of the pan radiates heat, and some form of insulation reduces the energy consumed quite considerably. So for us in Africa, particularly where they do a lot of long boiling of beans, the electric pressure cooker is our preferred go-to appliance, because it not only has a tight heat transfer connection between what is actually a resistive heater and the pot, but it then encompasses that in insulation and retains some of that heat. You'll see on the table multiple studies in multiple countries. If you take that resistive heater as your benchmark, then induction saves you about 20% of the energy. However, on a long cook electric pressure cooker, it saves you about 50% of the energy. Electric pressure cookers can do frying, but they can't do roti. That mention of roti brings me to cultural taste of food. You don't want to mess with people's cooking. E-cooking can deliver tasty food. You'll see the India e-cookbook, which I'm sure is being promoted as part of the day, and that takes a scan of the different types of food found across the huge country of India. and shows the difference between the fast cook and the long cook, which I was talking about just now. This center graph, center graph down the middle shows that an induction stove plus pressure cooker still uses about twice as much energy for long cooking food as an electric pressure cooker. And that's because that induction plus manual pressure cooker doesn't have any insulation involved. Over on the left-hand side, there is some comparisons between the cost of cooking with e-cooking and LPG, and we see that it comes out as cost-effective even with subsidized LPG. However, that cost effectiveness is not the end of the story. That transition from biomass to e-cooking opens the way for carbon finance, and carbon finance has had a turbulent year. There was a publication at the beginning of the year from the University of California that said that many improved cookstove programs have been overclaiming, and that's been sort of that has rocked what the carbon buyers want to pay for carbon. So at the beginning of the year, some of our partners were getting $9 per ton for their carbon credits on their improved cookstove programs. Now they're being offered $2 and $3 a ton. But in contrast to that, e-cooking has now got a metered methodology via the gold standard, which verifies that the stoves are being actually used by people through the Internet of Things, and is therefore clear on its verification, clear on its accuracy, and combined with the Paris Agreement, what is called Article 6, which is bilateral discussions between countries, those are combining so that we're now seeing our partners being offered $25 per ton, around $25. That opens up an amazing opportunity for the consumer, because instead of just covering the upfront cost can be covered by microfinance and pay as you go, but the carbon finance not only covers the upfront cost for the consumer, but actually can, over the next 5 years, be paying that carbon finance down to the people. And we have a program in Bangladesh where 70% of the carbon finance is passing all the way to the user. So the opportunities for e-cooking are improving all the time, investment in clean energy infrastructure, investment in climate, carbon buyers. And so we have initiated a global e-cooking coalition, which we call GECCO, with 4 anchor partners and many other partners now crowding in. It was softly announced at the African Climate Summit, but it will take main stage at COP28, and I would invite all of you to have a conversation with Nick and Vimal about how you can join in with that coalition. I'll leave it there. There's so much more and so much more detail. I would have loved to have been there during the day and to discuss things with people in person. We've had 3 years now of sort of virtual meetings. It'd be great to have an in-person meeting, but I wish you well for the rest of the day, and I look forward to hearing some concrete action plans at the end of it. Hi, my name is Dr. Simon Batchelor. I'm the research coordinator for the Modern Energy Cooking Services Programme. I would have dearly loved to have been with you today, but I have a cold, cough or a flu.
Can you stop the video?
The coughing's...
Thank you. So in absence, thank you, Simon. Okay, you'll be pleased to hear that the most of the rest of today you'll be hearing the voice of India, but hopefully some of those ideas and the approach that we have been developing at MECS will be helpful as we hope to work alongside you all in taking this forward. So I'm now going to introduce our special guest speakers, who are each going to give their inaugural remarks. I'm sure they need very little introduction for those of you who've been working in the sector for some time. First, we're going to talk here about interventions on the supply side of electric cooking. And we have two leading agencies under the Ministry of Power, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Energy Efficiency Services Ltd. So first up, I want to introduce Mr. Vishal Kapoor ji, who's the CEO of Energy Efficiency Services Ltd.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers and the Modern Energy Cooking Forum for having invited me here as partners with MECS through a formalized agreement. We are proud to be associated with this event. Today, we stand before you to shed light on a pivotal transformation in the culinary world, one that holds immense significance for our nation, not only in terms of clean cooking, but also in the broader context of our environmental responsibilities. The promotion of electric stoves is a viable alternative to traditional cooking methods, and this marks a critical step in India's clean cooking journey. One of the remarkable aspects of electric cooking is its energy efficiency, which has been made out very clearly. It's almost around 30 to 35% more energy efficient than the traditional cooking methods. Beyond energy efficiency, it also offers cost efficiency. Even with the standard electricity rates, the Indian consumer is a very cost-conscious consumer. Anything that gives a proper price signal, the Indian consumer will definitely make a shift. Even because anything that has high switching costs, because electric cooking is not the traditional way of cooking, and therefore there are switching costs, there are hidden switching costs. However, if you make a good economic argument and give a good price signal, then definitely a switch, which is difficult, can be made easier. The good part about this is that there is a great element of a price signal that can be given if the information asymmetry around the whole cooking is removed. We believe that an average Indian household would spend somewhere around 9,000, 9,500 rupees for LPG, and I'm not talking about biomass, I'm just talking about LPG. And this is with the government subsidies. That means after the government subsidies that are given, it's 9,500. With the induction cooking for the same family, for the same amount of food, the cost will be somewhere around 6,500. This is at the standard rates of electricity and not at the subsidized. This is what I'm talking about, is the cost of induction cooking to the nation, to the country. Therefore, even if you don't take into account the electricity costs, to the nation, induction cooking is cheaper. Now come to the way the subsidies are structured in the retail space. I believe that there is a clear-cut case, because if you put in the element of subsidies, let's say, take for example Delhi. Delhi is for 200 units, a consumer doesn't have to pay anything. 200 to 400 units, the charge is 50%. Now, simply in Delhi, if you go ahead and see, an additional 120 units of electric cooking a month, if it gets introduced, a consumer who's paying zero electricity costs or electricity cost today, but is paying 900 rupees, will have to pay only 600, 700 rupees for electricity combined with electric cooking. So he makes a neat 200 rupees saving on that. So there is a case. A lot is talked about the problems of subsidies, but then subsidies also create opportunities, and such opportunities in Delhi for a 1 to 3 kilowatt consumer, especially 1 kilowatt consumer who has an independent house, there is a straightaway case for switching over to induction cooking, which will cost him less than what he is paying today. What's another heartening thing is that the humble cook stove is relatively inexpensive, which reduces the switching costs from LPG to electric cooking. Had it been a very expensive proposition, it would have been a different game. A recent workshop organized by BEE in collaboration with CLAS also emphasized the importance of electric cooking in achieving the sustainable lifestyles and reducing the environmental impact. Therefore, on both short term and long term, if anything meets the individual goals and the climate goals and obviously the government's goals, I think there cannot be anything better than that. Therefore, what is important is the right targeting of the consumer. Who should be targeted? And if you see the overall gamut of things, you will find the majority of the consumers are in that kind of space where around 1 kilowatt connection, they are the ones who are the maximum in numbers, and they can be switched to electric cooking, and it will not only help in climate mitigation efforts, but also help in reducing their costs for overall cooking. While the collective efforts of the government, our organization EESL, MECS and several other organizations that are helping the cause of electric cooking, it has a potential to revolutionize the cooking sector and significantly reduce indoor air pollution. Especially on the induction side of things, I also see a large opportunity of reducing the hazards associated with other alternate means. I mean, even getting burnt, ladies getting burnt, or even men who cook getting burnt, and all those kind of spin-off benefits lie with induction cooking. And therefore, we have at EESL, we have taken a significant step forward by announcing our commitment to proliferate almost 20 lakh induction cook stoves through demand aggregation and other means. Honorable Minister of Power, Shri R.K. Singh, yesterday only launched our program as a part of our initial efforts to scale up the electric cooking. A bid of 20,000 induction cook stoves is already live. Our goal is to drive down the prices, because again, the issue is again on the cost side. The Indian consumer is a value buyer and he requires value, and therefore, if we are able to populate the induction cook stoves through lower costs, I think that will really drive. And these things only happen, and they happen through network effects. One single success story going out through various means, I mean, it only increases the effects. We have seen this happen in electric mobility. There was a talk that around 2-3 years back, we were talking about electric cooking, and now the electric cooking has gained traction. Same happened with electric mobility. 5 years back, there was no electric car in India, just 5 years back. So when EESL went in and bid out the electric cars, the industry responded. They came out with cars, and we started deploying them. People start seeing cars on the roads, and then it's only a network effect that kicks in. People start embracing new technology. Collaboration will be key in this endeavor. Many resources are expended through piecemeal approaches by various institutions who are promoting this cause. Disjointed efforts result in high transaction costs and do not yield the results that could come and create that kind of an impact. As the CEO of EESL, a company which has made a difference by aggregation of demand, and aggregation being the key word, I strongly advocate The aggregation of these efforts towards adopting clean cooking, EESL is ready and will put its best foot forward to be the pivot around which these efforts can be aggregated. We can also be partners, and we can pivot around some other institutions or other measures to promote electric cooking. In conclusion, transition to electric cooking is not just about clean cooking, it's about a sustainable future for our nation. Let us work collectively, embark on this journey, forging a path that leads to a cleaner, more efficient and brighter tomorrow, one induction cook stove at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. I'm afraid our next speaker is running a little bit late. That is Mr. Abe Bakleji. He is at an urgent ministerial meeting, but he will be joining us as soon as he can. Given that, I'm going to move from the supply side to hearing from the Government of India, where the Minister of Rural Development is looking to make e-cooking available to the billions across your beautiful and rich country who live outside of cities. So I want to invite Mr. Gaya Prasadji to come and talk about his work.
Thank you. I am representing Ministry of Rural Development. Basically, we are the user, and I am not the expert on so far as induction or any devices and R&D part of this solar induction based cooking. But we are basically waiting for the good product, waiting for the product which is readily to be given to our beneficiaries, because we are basically user side. So we are the consumer, and I have also attended more than 3-4 such workshops in the past, and hoping that someday this market or these R&D teams, they will definitely give some product for the use of our rural India. Because Ministry of Rural Development, we are basically extending the benefits of many schemes. Like Pradhan, we are providing the housing to the rural peoples, and more than 30 million houses we are going to complete by March 2024. And we have already completed around 25 million houses in the country. But not only houses, we are converging with many ministries in the government, like PM Ujjwala Yojana and the Ministry of Power for extending the benefits of electricity to our rural people, our beneficiaries of the PMAYG. That is why, and not only electricity, gas connection, and then water connection, and also other benefits. This was discussed within the government, even in the Niti Aayog also. And there was a suggestion that we should go for providing the solar-based cooking system to our beneficiaries. But today we know that like IOCL, they have developed Saurya Nutan cooking devices. But we have certain, as the earlier speaker, he has already highlighted the areas as the cost. Because cost is the factor, because we are ready even today. Even in the last workshop I shared in the IHC, that we have already identified and we are ready to roll out this device in 2 districts of the country. And we were, even last year, we had made some provision in our budget. Let us go for on pilot basis, do something, and then we'll learn. And suppose if we fail, then we will be able to learn something to go for implementation of the. But today, other than this IOSL, today I visited this Prestige model also. But high upfront cost is the issue for the ministry. And one thing I would like to show, because many things, the other speaker, Sanjay sir is here, and the other speaker, they will share details on the technology and other aspects. I will focus my discussion to only that we are the basically user. and we are waiting for the one. If as PMAYG beneficiaries, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin beneficiaries, we are giving financial assistance for construction of the houses, and this is on share basis. In addition to the unit cost, we are also giving benefits to the beneficiaries to take some loan. Suppose that, but if you see in our this solar-based cooking sector, as per my knowledge, we don't have any loan product for some loan product to actually extend the benefit to the beneficiaries, so that they should avail some loan and take the devices from the. So this is the suggestion from my side. Let us have some loan product, subsidized loan product, taking the help of the Ministry of Finance and the other ministries, and then on shared mode we will have some, and this will actually create the demand in the market. Like we are also giving 70,000 in addition to our 1,20,000 for completion of construction of the houses. So this is my one suggestion, and the other issue is that the high upfront cost. We had detailed discussion, Chakravarti Saab from IOCL is here. But the issue is that suppose if we want to take to go on pilot basis, let us have 20,000 or 10,000 devices, and to provide our, but we are ready. But the issue is that whether it should be on 20,000 or 40,000 or 60,000. And on the other side, I was discussing even before this workshop with Aarti is here. Then we are giving 1,20,000 for construction of the houses. But other way, the unit cost of this solar-based cooking devices is more than 40,000 or 50,000. So this is basically area of concern for the ministry. That is why we are not in a position to actually go ahead on in a larger way. Our demand is more, but we have more than 10-15 crore for this issue in our ministry. Under innovative or any other support head. But the issue is that, so I would like to request all the August gathering here present, let us develop some device or something on a lower cost, reduced cost, so that consumer like Ministry of Rural Development, we may go ahead on pilot basis or anything. That would be very helpful. The other point I would like to see here, ministry, we had detailed discussion, and also the solar-based cooking system available, we had detailed study. Even we visited Gujarat also, where Dani is doing some work in Baitul districts of Madhya Pradesh, where they are doing these solar-based devices. We had also detailed discussion, detailed study on wind-based energy issues. But this is the area, after studying all these three issues, then solar-based cooking is the solution, rooftop, because we have our beneficiary, we have very good house, they have the roof, and that roof can be used and install the solar rooftop devices, whether it should be connected with the grid or off grid. But MNRE, I had also discussion with the Joint Secretary MNRE looking after this scheme. We suggested let us have some subsidy from the MNRE side, but as per my knowledge, MNRE is giving the subsidy to only the grid connected, not off grid option. So these are the issue. But so far as ministry and myself is concerned, we are supporting this device, this sector, and also ready to accept any good model available on the reduced devices. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it's a sign of the challenge that we heard that opportunity last year as well at the same forum. So hopefully next year you can come with some news of a real breakthrough. But I can tell you that other countries face similar challenges, and there are companies outside of India that are looking to develop good solar-powered cooking devices, and it's always that capital cost that is the big challenge. I think we still are waiting for the speaker from B, but I will now introduce from the perspective of the Ministry of Power and their policy think tank, the Power Foundation. So Mr. Repalji, I'd like to come and talk about your views.
Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Gaya Prasad ji, Dr. Nicholas, and my friend Vishal Kapoor, who has already left. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be part of this important event. I am thankful to the organizers, MECS and their country partner, Finovista, for inviting me in this forum. I will be speaking from perspective of power sector. We all know that India needs clean energy for sustainable growth. Indian economy is growing fast with major investments planned in energy and other infrastructure sectors. This is expected to increase GHG emissions significantly and contribute to our carbon footprints. This is a major challenge. The government has set a goal of achieving net zero by 2070, and government has also announced ambitious NDC targets towards climate change. Access to reliable and quality electric supply has increased considerably in India over the last few years, yet there are gaps between cities and smaller towns and villages in terms of quality power availability. Opportunities exist for an increased focus on transition to clean energy in all the important economic sectors of the Indian economy. Renewable energy, being already cost effective, permits this to happen. Because I am from Power Foundation, let me tell something about Power Foundation also. Power Foundation is a think tank under Ministry of Power. Its aim is to be the foremost policy advocacy body which would engage in national dialogue on power and allied sectors, providing authentic analytical data, policy recommendations, and real-world solutions to help energy transition in our country. Renewable energy sector in India is well known, and in view of the limited domestic availability of oil and gas, India has rightly selected rapid expansion of renewable energy as the major important strategy both for its energy transition and improving its energy security. India's renewable energy sector has achieved high growth rate in recent years. Still, this falls short of transformational changes required for India to meet its dual economic and environmental goals. In this regard, a just and inclusive energy transition is incomplete without universal energy access. Even as centralized grid expanded, energy is playing a significant role, but energy access gaps are there, both as alternative. In this regard is distributed renewable energy, which is as a cost-effective solution, increasing electricity access in rural and far-flung areas. Global average of the distributed solar is about 40%, whereas in India it is only 15%. So there is a lot of scope for increasing distributed solar in India. When I talk about global perspective on clean cooking, according to the World Bank, lack of progress on clean cooking is estimated to cost world around 2.4 trillion each year. More than half of this, about 1.4 trillion annually, is related to poor health outcomes. Similarly, Clean Cooking Alliance has stated that clean cooking is often identified as one of the most cost-effective measures to reduce carbon emissions. Approximately 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide equivalent is produced every year by wood fuels, which is equivalent to 2% of global emissions. When we talk about cooking, cooking is a fundamental part of our life. It is an activity that brings families together and has cultural and social significance. But in developing countries, solid fuel like wood, coal are often used for cooking. with use of such floating fuels result in household air pollution, causing respiratory illness and other health-related issues. Women are disproportionately bear this burden in terms of poor health on account of pollution, as well as loss of productivity and safety risk in collecting fuel. Globally, about 2.8 billion people still cook with biomass, which is resulting in health and environmental issues. The World Health Organization estimates that annual around 2.6 billion people cook using open fire, which is causing attribute to 4 million deaths, premature deaths annually. Given the social and economic environmental relevance of clean cooking, it is an issue which has attracted increasing attention from governments, private sector, energy financiers and development partners. Research has shown that modern clean cooking can help in attaining sustainable development goals, and out of 169 SDGs, 143 are achievable through clean cooking, particularly goals related to education, health, economic development, gender equity and peace are more impacted by the clean cooking services. We all know that ease of access to traditional baseline fuels, which were often reported as a cheaper and easily available, was a major barrier in adoption of clean cookings. For transition away from the dependence on such cooking fuels to occur, modern energy services must be secure, affordable, and dependable. A new technology's durability, reliability, and affordability are considered important drivers in uptake of clean cooking. It is needless to mention that the breakdown of the technology is considered the most important reason for discontinued use of non-adoption of such services. When we talk about India, access to clean cooking is a crucial aspect of India's energy transition. The choices we make regarding cooking fuel can have significant impact on India's trajectory towards becoming a sustainable economy. Recognizing the health, economic and environmental benefits of clean cooking, the Government of India has prioritized policies that promote clean cooking fuel. Government has launched Go Electric campaign to promote adoption of e-cooking and electrical transport. With rising fuel prices, increasing supply of pressure, India needs to clean, sustainable and affordable e-cooking solutions, one that also reduces dependence on imports and increases energy security. E-cooking key to mission life. The focus on electric cooking is based on recognizing that e-cooking is a key pathway to mission life, and India-led global mass movement to nudge individual and communities action to protect and preserve environment. India's almost universal access to electricity with reliable supply for about 22 hours in rural areas and more than 23 hours in urban areas gives us a big opportunity to accelerate the adoption of e-cooking. With rising fuel prices and increasing supply pressure, India needs a clean, sustainable and affordable e-cooking solution, one that also reduces dependence on imports and increases energy security. There is a need to explore enablers for adoption of e-cooking solutions such as finance, demand aggregation, carbon credit and innovative business models. As Vishal Kapoor has already mentioned, EESL is already working on demand aggregation for the e-cooking. They have already done this for LED bulbs, which was also very upfront cost was very high, and they have also done the same thing for electric vehicles. The next step is to pave the way for e-cooking. It is a crucial time to encourage widespread adoption of energy efficient and affordable clean cooking products. It is critical to promote research and development for producing energy efficient and affordable electrical cooking devices. In order to make this movement a mass movement, it is must that it should be consumer centric, and consumer, especially the woman, should be the proactive and leading partner in this movement. Consumer centric approaches focused on required changes in the behaviors and preferences for adoption of cooking are important to bring about e-cooking transition. Capacity building of communities and provision of after-sales services are also good enablers. Finally, I would like to say many of the lessons learned from successful examples across the world can now be shared with experts and participants across the world through such forums for their widespread replication. I thank the efforts made by different stakeholders. The clean cooking sector is now a modern, professional and diverse sector, providing broad range of solutions to diverse user group. In brief, it can be said that electric is the superior option when it comes to cooking our food. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a lot of things to think about, aren't there? It all has to come together. Quite challenging. Okay, well, I'm very pleased that Mr. Abe Bakreji has arrived from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So without any more ado, Mr. Bakreji, are you ready to speak? Would you like to?
Thank you, Nick. Panelist Sri Rajpal ji, I think Vishal has just left, and other panelists here, officials from MECS, ISA, think tanks, and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed pleasure. I always very keen to join any discussion, any workshop where we are talking about e-cooking. Because this is, as Mr. Rajpal was mentioned, this is one very clear, you can say, intervention where the country has to move. And let me thank first MECS and ISA, EESL and all other partners who have actually organized this discussion. Yesterday, Honorable Minister, I hope Vishal would have informed you that yesterday we launched a very big program. And this was actually getting conceptualized almost like 3 to 4 years. Before COVID, we called almost every manufacturer of e-cooking, the induction stove. We asked for all other solutions. We tried to address the kind of utensil, kind of cuisine which we can cook on these different devices. There was a lot of thrust from highest level, how to actually switch to the solar-based cooking, etc., especially the remote areas. So, as of today, when we have almost every household electrified, and we are progressing toward energy transition. So there is a very important role if we talk about the e-cooking. So 2 years back when we launched the Go Electric, the e-mobility was immediate action, but e-cooking was also there. It's more of a solutions because the solutions have to come one by one. What are the advantages? The advantage is that you are using a fuel or you are using an energy type in the form of electricity, which is now practically available in every part of the country, every household. And if you don't have that, you still have an option of solar cooking, which IOCL and other partners have developed. So practically you have a solution where you can have the cooking through electricity as the energy. If it comes to non-solar hours, you have the solutions for batteries, so these technologies are available. Why there is a comparison? So if we talk about Ladakh, I think if EESL has already taken up steps, Bureau wanted that 50,000 households in Ladakh should start switching to e-cooking because they are using. The key thing is that we are using some kind of a fuel, whether it is a diesel or kerosene, etc. A place like Ladakh, a place like Andaman, a place like Lakshadweep and many other areas, we are transporting fuel and consuming fuel to transport. So this is one key point which so you are consuming fuel to transport fuel. No. So the best part is that you transport electricity, which is perhaps the most efficient, very clearly manageable. Because even if we are using 1 liter of diesel in Leh or Ladakh, how much fuel is wasted in carrying that one liter of diesel from Chandigarh or from Amritsar? So that's the thing. So that's the very clear direction that we should move from the fuel-based cooking if you are carrying that fuel from a long distance or even if it is a medium distance. The second part is that how much harm we are going to environment. So that's also there. The third thing which has come up last 5 years or so, while we have definitely eliminated most of the parts through Ujjwala, the cooking which is based on the firewood, etc., and improved the MBS, improved through switching to LPG. But that has burdened our LPG import. That has exponentially increased. So this is also another. So why can't we actually use the solar hours especially in the cooking? So cooking through electric mode has various options available and tremendous advantages. You can always say it is going to boost the electricity demand because electrification is one area, we are going to use that. So in all these things, I think the electric cooking has a very win-win situation. Finally, I would like to say, today we are at 21% of electrification in the consumption side. We want to reach somewhere about 25 in next 2 to 3 years. By 2030, we would like to reach to 27, 28%. My assessment is that average world has about 23 to 24% of electrification. That means the electricity use on the demand side is about 23 to 24%. In developed economy, it is somewhere between 34 to 38. So if I could say this is one index, and this is something which I am trying to discuss and analyze more. If India reaches beyond 30% of electrification of economy or electrification in terms of energy use, which we are planning to at least reach by 2035, then we are practically approaching that developed country status. And when we aim something around 45 to 47, a developed country status, or maybe before that, I think by that time we are planning to reach 38% of electrification. So we will be well within the various parameters like this thing, where we have switched to most of our consumption. Now, what does it impact? And the last thing is that means our households, our commercials, our mobility, our industry have actually matched out to those kind of technologies which are much more manageable, much more efficient. They are cleaner, they are having a good advantage in terms of climate. So if we see simple thing that if we reach 30% of electrification by 2035 or even before that, we are actually approaching a developed economy, and beyond 2040, if we are able to cross 34, 35%, which we are targeting now, I think we are almost there. So we are almost there like a developed economy, and this could be one index which you can use. And in that process, I think a major change has to happen. The way it is happening on the e-mobility side, it has to happen on the cooking side. And of course, there are many other solutions. There are still in industry, there are still compressors, motors, various other auxiliaries which are running on steam and other fuel. They have to be switched to the electricity. So I'm really glad that all of you are gathered and today you are discussing. As I mentioned, today's workshop and many other initiatives by MECS and other partners will actually lead to electrification of our economy, a very vital sector of domestic and commercial in the form of cooking. And finally, it will actually contribute for the Indian economy to reach to the developed economy status. I wish all the programs of MECS the very best, and thank you for patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think India is making huge strides in so many areas of its growth and economic development. I think that is a really good way of measuring that progress and demonstrating it. Our last speaker is Dr. Sanjay Kumarji. who is going to deliver a special address. He is the Deputy Secretary General at the Climate Parliament. Not everyone might know that. It's a global body that brings parliamentarians together from many countries to discuss how to address climate change. And he's also a former Director General of Forests and Special Secretary to the Government of India. But he has been a long-term champion of electric cooking and a good friend to MECS. So I'm very pleased to invite you to come and give your remarks.
Thank you, Nick. What a good day today to discuss electric cooking. Just as I was leaving my house, I read on the air purifier in my rooms, no? And they were all approaching 700. It's unimaginable. Unimaginable, yeah. And a lot of blame is being put to the burning of stubbles in the neighboring state. And I was just thinking that if this is so, that the stubble is burning is causing so much of problems in Delhi, what is actually happening in many parts of India where biomass is being used? I understand that in most of the households in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, let us not talk about the forest areas, even in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, biomass is being used. And the kind of impact it would have on the health, not only of women and children, but elderly, but on all of us, on the capacity of ourselves to work actually, is greatly reduced. I'm not feeling the same as I was yesterday and day before yesterday. I'm frankly telling you. And that may be the same feeling which you might have. I'm coughing, okay? So Simon was not the only person who was coughing. I too have been coughing, okay? And if in this sense, if I get actually some kind of a secondary disease, infectious disease, what is going to be the impact actually? So altogether, what Abhayji has just mentioned, Rajpalji mentioned, Gayaji mentioned, that the kind of total impact which we have because of not using a very safe method of cooking, which includes electric cooking. Actually, that's one of the best resources. And I'm really impressed what Abhayji has mentioned, a very key point, that if we have to reach a developed country status, and I will also add to that, that if we have to fight climate change, and Jyoti ji is here, she would endorse me, that if we have to fight climate change, I would go beyond 30% of electricity use in the total primary consumption. I will go to 50%. And that's a critical challenge. How do we do that? And electric cooking would be an important part of that. And everybody, Vishalji, Rajpalji, Gayaji, have mentioned both from the supply side as well as from the consumer side, demand side, that cost is a prohibitive issue. I wouldn't say that it's the only issue which should be tackled. Rajpalji mentioned that affordability is one, but reliability, durability, and also likability is another issue. So all apart, but one of the critical things which is emerging is the cost. It's not only the cost of equipment, which is very high. Our Indian oil colleague is here, who is concerned about that how can he bring down the cost. Okay? EESL has been trying to do that. How do they bring the cost? By aggregating. But I have two suggestions here. Okay? And those suggestions are first for the equipment, and second for electricity. Yeah? You have very rightly mentioned, the panelists, previous speakers, that India is a very, very cost-conscious country. Not only India, but I would say that the whole world, consumers are highly cost-conscious. So how do we actually address this issue? Cost of the equipment as well as cost of electricity which is to be used. If we are to reduce the cost of the equipment, it's not only about aggregation. We don't only have to look at the mass market. Okay? We are trying to reach the mass market because we have big targets. We want to actually protect our masses. And that's why our natural urge is that we are wanting to address a mass market. No? 30 million cook stoves. That's the target. Yeah? But then it's also a matter of habit, a matter of choice. So the public choice actually, public choice theories become very, very important here. And we can learn lessons or two from the marketing strategies of products which are costly. Okay? Marketing strategies of products which are costly. So we are all using mobile phones. It just came to me. Okay? I don't know how far that will be correct. Only the marketing specialist will be able to tell. We all use mobile phones, no? We have mobile phones costing from now, good smartphones costing from around 20,000 rupees to 150,000 rupees. Okay? And mobile technology experts tell me that there is not much difference in the performance of that 20,000 rupees smartphone with that of 150,000 rupees smartphone. Okay? I'm also using iPhone. Okay? The cost of any iPhone globally, even in the US, is not less than about $1,000. I'm talking of iPhone 15, iPhone 14, iPhone 13 when it was launched, 12, 11, whatever. It was consistently at that level. And let me tell you, let me share with you a secret. Do you know what is the production cost of an iPhone? It's close to $325 US. Rest is the profit. So why Apple is not reducing the price and like expanding its market? Okay. Why is that? Because it wants to actually reach out to certain category of customers. Okay. A certain category of customers will not use anything less than an iPhone or a Google Pixel. They will always use that, and they will be very flashy about displaying that they are carrying an iPhone or Google Pixel, which is costing as much. Okay? But then what it is doing, actually, that segment of customer is also indirectly, actually, motivating the customers down below in the economic ladder to move up and to adopt certain phones which are, we call, mid-range. They are all the same in terms of performance. A little bit higher, a little bit lower. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah? But that's the kind of marketing strategy. So what I could suggest is that, could we, for example, have an electric cooking range which is focused towards a segment which can afford. Yeah? A segment which can afford. And make it more exclusive so that they can adopt that. So that is one segment, okay? I'm not saying that you should not be addressing the mass market, but there has to be a different strategy for the mass market. Yeah? And that strategy has to be combined with a lot of things, including subsidization, including aggregation, including cost reduction, and all these things. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, scale is a major thing. So in that, actually, what we have to do is to create very large networks. We must have different countries coming together. We fortunately have the headquarters of ISA here. I believe the representative of ISA is here. So could ISA have a program on this, which could bring countries together? I know MECS is operating in many countries of Africa. We have very, very enthusiastic members of parliament who take part in all the meetings of MECS, as they do in India, as they do in Nepal, Bangladesh. Yeah? So can we form a coalition around that? So that would be my second request. And lastly, we have talked about, our previous speakers have talked about, the electricity tariff. We are very cost conscious, yeah? Very cost conscious. So what can we do about the tariff? Is it possible actually to specify a kind of lifeline tariff so that if anyone purchases electric cooker, could be straight away earmark that 150 unit, or Vishal said it's 120 units of electricity per month, could be given, so could be supplied to that consumer at a lifeline tariff. Yeah? Because if I using that, okay, I'm paying roughly around 10 rupees a unit. Yeah? Up to 200 units is free in Delhi. But for me, it is 10 rupees per unit. Yeah? So of course, if I get a lifeline tariff for that, the moment I purchase an electric cooker, at least that amount, then I'll be much more pleased. It will be a little bit of incentive to me for doing that. But for that, actually, my third request is that we have to bring in regulators in this whole process, electricity regulators, because they are the people who actually determine tariffs, and they are the people who could actually direct that tariff, lifeline tariff or whatever is provided to the consumers. We do have a forum of regulators here in India, yeah? But we also need a regulators network from across the world so that we can actually provide insights from different countries, best practices from different countries, and learn how we have been able to actually provide lifeline tariffs under different circumstances. India is a huge country, actually. And it's very difficult that a single model could be actually practical across the country. So we need different models for that. Yeah. So for that, actually, we need to learn. And the network of regulators, yeah, is one such forum where we can do that. I understand there is a body called RETA, Regulatory Energy Transition Association, it is called? Yeah, RETA. Yeah. It was launched at COP26. It is a global body of regulators. And perhaps that is one body which organizations like MECS, organizations like EESL, etc., Ministry of Power, could push to understand that what could be the tariff situations in different countries and how we could actually transition towards that. Yeah. I'm always very, very interested in this topic, very interested. I could go on and on, because this is one topic which directly impacts me, not only as a human being, not as an individual, but also in my professional life. No? Because the more we use electric cooking, particularly in the rural areas, no, the more we save forests. Yeah? And I understand, at least in Africa, in some countries in Africa, the main cause of deforestation is biomass burning for cooking. So if electric cooking succeeds, my professional self will be very, very happy. So with these words, I would like to thank you, not only the speakers who are sitting on the dais, but also the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are present. A lot of you are more expert than I am, but I would say that whatever you conclude today from our side, from the Climate Parliament side, we'll try to disseminate that information across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of that first session. Satyam, how was it? Sure. Okay.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for our inaugural panel? Very interesting discussion. Yeah, we will now be having a clean cooking technology walkthrough and a tea break. We have a photo booth for your selfies and pictures, so please keep going. And I urge you to engage with exhibitors and with discussions and all. And please be seated again in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Start. Hopefully people will come and join. No, I don't. Yeah. Sorry, Satyam. I don't want to. I need to see the fit between electric pressure cookers and Kenyan cooking. So that was many years ago now. That was back in 2015, I think. But now, bringing us up to date, a new report on e-cooking potential in Kenya shows that it's becoming increasingly viable, with more than 75% of households and many institutions getting connected to electricity, either on or off the national grid. And so in Kenya, we have established a community of practice to enable the key players to work together, building on a very successful Kenya Clean Cooking Week in 2021. There's a challenge for Finovista. Do you want to organize a whole week focused on clean cooking? So the members of this community practice are the Clean Cooking Association of Kenya, and they have access to people right down to grassroots level. With MECS, there's the Africa Centre for Technology Studies, so knowledge partners bringing research and knowledge capability together. And then the Kenya Power and Light Company, which is the national utility with over 9 million customers. And so these bodies are now working together to deliver e-cooking into Kenya. In addition, we're supporting the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to conduct an e-cooking baseline study and to develop a national e-cooking strategy for Kenya. We're also putting in place a new program delivered in partnership with Kenya Power to accelerate the electrification of cooking through 12 projects, and these are funded separately, in addition to MECS, to strengthen Kenya's e-cooking sector and fill evidence gaps that can inform the national e-cooking strategy and Kenya Power's corporate strategy. So very much embedding what we're doing on cooking within the Kenya Power and Light corporate development. So those are some sort of specific things which might be relevant to India in terms of policy interventions. I'm now going to talk about what we're doing in Nepal. Now, in a sense, in Nepal also, we had a good start because e-cooking is central. Move to the next slide. To the government of Nepal's macroeconomic objectives, which are to reduce LPG imports and the trade deficit. Again, you'll recognise the similarities with India. And also, therefore, Nepal's 2020 Nationally Determined Contribution Plan, this is for carbon reduction, calls for 25% of households to be using electricity as their primary cooking fuel by 2030. So that's more than just having cooking devices or using them. This is using it as their primary fuel. The 2022 Clean Cooking Alliance Nepal Country Action Plan is now being accepted as the sector's implementation roadmap to 2030 and is being integrated into the National Energy Agenda. So creating a roadmap is a key way of then building a way forward. Now, Nepal has widespread electrification coverage, like India, but also a major planned expansion of domestic hydropower generation, which will support e-cooking. So Nepal has huge hydropower resources, including $400 million from USAID for electricity transmission and distribution infrastructure, which will help to address issues with reliability. And issues with reliability, I'm not sure it's been mentioned earlier, is one of the reasons why people sometimes are nervous about converting to e-cooking. Again, it's an area that I know India is actively looking at. And critically, the government is promoting e-cooking to stimulate demand for that surplus electricity capacity that they're going to get from the increased generation capacity. So they are very much making the connection between growth in e-cooking and making the return on investment of that investment into electricity generation. And I would say there are good reasons to be optimistic about growth of e-cooking in Nepal. The government of Nepal has reduced import tax on induction stoves from 10% to 1%. So this should be of interest to companies offering induction stoves in India. And they have lowered the electricity tariffs in 2021 specifically to encourage e-cooking uptake. The government of Nepal has prioritised e-cooking and led to a number of international development organisations carrying out national e-cooking programmes, including $49 million to enable the Alternative Energy Promotion Centre, which is one of the national bodies, to work with 150 municipal governments to make available 500,000 cook stoves over the next 5 years. So our big rollout programme. And significantly, we are engaging with this because we want to get the subsidies right so they don't distort the market and undermine the ability to grow the sector. Now, Nepal's off-grid systems are mostly hydro-powered, and that makes night cooking possible, and you don't need storage, and that makes a big difference to this capital cost, particularly of off-grid energy generation. So I don't know how much India is looking into micro hydropower generation, but that could be a part of a solution to consider, certainly in the areas where it's an option. In major urban centres, a range of e-cooking appliances imported from China and India are available, and electric pressure cookers are also increasingly available, with MECS research showing they're well suited to Nepalese staples such as rice and dal, and deliver over 50% savings in fuel costs. So again, some read across to India. MECS pilot studies in Nepal have demonstrated sustained e-cooking uptake and the need to improve after-sales service outside of urban centres and increasing access to financial resources to help with purchasing appliances. So a lot of common themes, but some really useful ideas potentially, things to pick up in the policy dialogues. It may be useful at some point to establish a more formal connection between India and Nepal, or India and Kenya, possibly a sort of fact-finding visit and opportunity to learn from each other. So I think you've both got a lot to share. Okay, so what about India? Oh, something's happened to that slide. That doesn't look right. Apologies for that. I feel you are really ahead of the game in terms of developing clean cooking solutions in India. You've been doing this for decades. This is not new to you. and clearly you've achieved astonishing success with the rollout of LPG across the masses. And that I think is testimony to what can be achieved, but also there's a lot that you can build on. And I'm hoping we can discuss some of those lessons later in the day. Now, your Honourable Prime Minister in 2015 expressed a vision for electric cooking. This was amazingly forward-looking, as the increases in recent years in LPG prices are increasingly pushing the government and individual cooks to seek an alternative to meet cooking needs. And sadly, our perception is that many people are reverting to more polluting fuels in the face of the increasing price of LPG. Now, Vimal will be talking more about the MECS work in India with our partners. I won't go on to that. But I want to talk about now is a major global initiative which we are developing, which I think has huge potential and direct relevance to India. Again, illustrating that e-cooking's time has come. So working with a set of founding partners, MECS is putting in place a global e-cooking coalition. Sanjay Kumar, I think, initially mentioned that there should be a coalition, so we are responding to that. And we're going to be bringing together e-cooking advocates who are supporting that transition globally. And we introduced this at the Africa Climate Summit earlier this year in September, I think. Now, GECO will work alongside existing global and national initiatives, promoting these transitions by providing leadership, integration, knowledge, and funding, exclusively focused on the rapid global scaling of electric cooking. Who were the founding anchor partners alongside MECS? So NDEV is a partnership to support access to modern energy, coordinated by GIZ and the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, working in over 20 countries. GAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, bringing together philanthropy from IKEA Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, Bezos Earth Fund, and others, to build a collective movement to unlock renewable energy access in emerging economies. Sustainable Energy for All, which is an international organization working in partnership with the UN and leaders in government and others to drive faster action towards SDG 7, access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all by 2030. And the GECO opening commitment, and MECS obviously, is to enable a mass transition to e-cooking in at least 10 countries in the global south by 2030, where electricity becomes the cooking fuel of choice for a significant proportion of households and institutions. So again, it's this focus on it becoming the majority fuel. And I'll come on to that. So GECO has had high-level support and was endorsed at the Africa Climate Summit by the CEO of ACS, the Vice President of Africa for GAP, Uganda Energy Regulator, there was talk of regulators earlier, and the Kenya Ministry of Energy. And GECO will be launched at COP28 on the main stage under the title Electrifying Cooking, a Just Journey Towards Net Zero. And the launch will include speakers at ministerial level and may also have presidential attendance. What about India? Well, MECS will be inviting a minister from the government of India to join that launch at COP. I believe that minister can bring the message that India can play a key role as a hub for solution development and capacity building. India has already been identified by our work as a country that's ripe for transformation, and we look forward to engaging with the government of India and embarking on a collaboration as part of the GECO initiative. In the meantime, we are approaching a range of organizations to forge an India-specific grouping under the global GECO framework. And you can see the logos of organizations that have to date been approached and accepted. So we are very excited about this and feel it will be bringing substantial new resources into this question of how to support India's transition. At which point I will hand over to Vimal, who will talk about what we're doing in India already. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. And I will not take too much time, as we all knows and a lot of speakers talk about this sector and talk about on this topic. And as we know very well, this is a very much need of an hour. And how we started this program went back, I want to go back to December 2019, when we started talking about electric cooking. So that time it is like a forbidden word. So nobody wanted to talk about and even think about that electric cooking is possible. Like the DG mentioned that EV and other technology which have picked up really well. But when we started talking at that point of time, scenario was totally grim in terms of electricity as a user level. But when we evaluated the data, we realized that we have sufficient install capacity, which means that installation is not an issue. Somewhere the issue is coming. Then we see the energy efficient devices are available. So we realized that around 2008-9 we have already used the electric cooking through the hot plates, the white hot plates, and also I think most of the people have used. But suddenly when the LPG came, this actually went out from the market. Then we mapped that what is the best efficient devices. So we found that device called electric pressure cooker. That time only 4 brands were having this device in India. And that's how we say that this device is going to be the most efficient, and we have the showcases also that electric pressure cooker, EPC in short form we say, and then the inductions and all. Now today, from that day, we have over 25 brands having the electric pressure cooker. Other than this, inductions and the air fryer and all is picking up really, really well. And the Go Electric has been launched. So when we talked about what happened post that, it is a very encouraging, very short period of time, around 2 to 3 years time, India has moved the mountain. And why we say we have the sufficient install capacity, over 18 gigawatts, and Government of India is committing through the Citizen Charter 24/7 power is as a citizen right, and that is in rural area also. So maybe today we are talking about quality of electricity. This may not be going to challenge in future, as government also is actually pushing this energy very well. And then Go Electric has been launched in February 2021. Energy Transaction Action Committee, which is a very, very interesting report, came by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Since most of the clean cooking happening through the gas, they have come out and they said 25% of household can cook with electricity by 2030. So it's a very encouraging for the ecosystem, the manufacturer, the consumer and all. Yes, the government is also putting a lot of effort into that. BE has launched the star labeling program for e-cooking, and there is a data which suggests 5% of the penetration is already there in the Indian market. And then very, very large programs is launched by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, EESL, IOCL devices, which is launched by the Honorable Prime Ministers. So it's clearly showing that the country has the vision, country has the commitment for this. And the other players like the other private players, international players are actually around here. And why it is important, the data is very old for the LPG, but we can see that the cost is very, very dependent on the international market, and energy security also come as a challenge. But if you see, this is the data we have taken from Delhi. Electricity consumption prices is actually flat. So there is no significant price upward movement is happening in the electricity side. So it is important, actually we should look into this. So Nick has already spoke about who are we, so I don't want to take too much time. So we are from Finovista. Finovista is in-country partner for MECS Programme in India. Okay, so to promote this, what kind of work we have did, what kind of work we are doing, what kind of data we are providing to the government and all. So we are actually taking this challenge from the 3 angles, from the policy angle, from the supply chain angle, from the consumer angle. So we are working on a various topic, various data, and we are working across all domains of the ecosystem partners. So what kind of, if we'll talk about the promotion, so what kind of platforms we have used. So we do the talk series. The talk series we do once in a month on a various topic. We have already concluded two phases of talk series with the 12 modules. 24 plus 1 already completed, and we are going ahead with a monthly. And then we have created a WhatsApp group, which is actually, it's becoming a more communicative, both way communicative. So people are interacting. We are sharing a lot of opportunities and all. Then the forum, we are all here. So last year we did the forum, and thank you our partners, ISA and the EESL, where they have supported. This was the one of the major landmark we did in September 2022. And if you evaluate the data from September 22 to till date, it actually moved a lot. So actual movement is happening. These kind of forums are actually helping. We thought to continue again, and we expanded our partners further. And we are happy to share, and we got these are two new partners, the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. So which say a lot. The Government of India commitment is very much there. And then we got the Power Foundation of India as a new partner. When we talk about policy level, national level and all, so we have did a lot. Now we are actually approaching to the state government. So we are doing lot of activities in the state, supporting them for developing, generating the data so they can develop the policy. So we did a work in Uttar Pradesh, we did a work in Kerala, we did a work in Bihar and Punjab. I especially like to quote the Kerala example and the Bihar example. So we all know Kerala SDA is one of the most progressive SDA. Kerala has the Anganwadis concept. In Anganwadi, they are providing the electric cooking. They have already provided the devices and all. For some of the people, the tender has come, they are looking for buying some devices. We have actually trained them, the Anganwadis, so they can cook. And then in second part, all the Anganwadis actually cooking. So we have trained 130 people. And under the Nava Kerala is the new initiative under the net zero. So cooking is also finding a place in net zero. Kerala has the 75 panchayat which is going under the net zero, and 20 years ahead than the country. So country is committed for 2070. They have committed for net zero Kerala by 2050. We are working with the B. And on the World Environment Day 2023, we supported to organize a large conference, and this was well received, well promoted event. And then we have actually did a one. I mentioned about the talk series. We did do a talk series on various topics. We did a talk series for the star labeling program for induction cook stove, especially for B. And this was another example how we are actually helping not only from the policy angle, but from the implementation angle. Okay, I'll finish. So we are working with the manufacturer. We are doing a lot of activities for promoting them. So we ran the first entrepreneurship development program in clean cooking, where we identified some people. We have trained and mentored them. Then we have supported financially to 3 people. Last year, all these people we have supported to come to showcase the devices. And this year we are also continuing with that. And again, we as a MECS program promoting India as a hub for device manufacturing. So very interesting topic for all of us. So we are also connecting, facilitating the relationship between India and buyers nation, maybe Africa and all. So your devices can actually go and find a new market other than the India. So this is the very interesting platform for you as a manufacturer. Then we are providing the finance is always important, and where is the finance? So we are actually helping the company to raise the equity. Some of our supported companies are here, our partners is here. We are doing this program in the partnership with the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and PFAN. And we have 2 companies which we are supported, and they are here showcasing the devices. So currently this program is ongoing. And then EESL. So there is a need to bring down the cost, which panelist has already spoken during the inaugural. So we are actually working with the EESL to reduce the cost, how to actually enable them. We have signed the agreement now, it is in place and all. And we especially thank you the Animesh ji, which actually helped, and because of him, the EESL has actually really picked up this cause very well, and now the CEO is actually very interested. E-cooking, e-cookbook, I don't want to talk. Here I want to talk this slide about that. Is 100% cooking is possible? So yes, we did a small pilot in 14 households in Pune and Delhi, in rural and, in poor and semi-poor area. And we observed them for 21 days what they're cooking and what kind of devices they needed. And that's why we requested one of the manufacturers to showcase as much as electric cooking devices. And we realized that yes, it is possible if you have the right sets of devices, but yes, cost goes very high because you require multiple houses. But we are able to establish that people are very happy, even the poor people are ready to happy because the cost is coming down and all. And we are working with the NIAS. We are doing the survey 900 households in the residential setup in in Bangalore in a partnership with the Brescom and all. And we are also working with the street food vendor. So we have supported the National Street Food Festival where we brought the people, and then we have supported them with the devices and training. And Anganwadis, yes, we mentioned about the Anganwadi. And we have placed this e-cooking fund. So we are actually moving to the next level, which is a e-cooking fund. So we are saying that let us make this as a mass movement. And when we can create a mass movement, when we have everybody is feeling happy and all, we have placed the booth. So please you go click the photo and use the tagline called e-cooking fun, and do more and more kind of social media engagements. And this is the planned activity. I don't want to go. My team is saying that its time is already over. So are you ready to bet? So let's bet. What is bet? So to promote the e-cooking, we realize that we need to change the behavior, we need to change the economics, and we need to change the work on technology. So this is our definition of bet. So we have to bet to promote the e-cooking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to our first panel discussion for today. I invite the session chair, Dr. Debajit Palit, the NTPC School of Business, and our distinguished panelists, Mr. P.C. Sharma, Joint Director, International Solar Alliance, Professor Jyoti Parekh, Executive Director, Integrated Research and Action for Development, Mr. Manish Pandey, National Coordinator for Small Grants, TERI, and Mr. Krishna Kumar Sinha, Advisor, Finovista, former Industrial Advisor, DIPP, Government of India.
I think we are extremely late, so I'll try to keep the panel within time. If the organizers can let me know what's the total time that we have. 40 minutes. Okay. So without wasting further time, let me start the panel. We have 4 panelists here. Professor Jyoti Parekh, she is the Executive Director of IRADE, which is a research institute, policy and research think tank based in New Delhi. Mr. P.C. Sharma, he is the Joint Director of International Solar Alliance. Mr. Krishna Kumar Sinha is an advisor, Finovista, and formerly Industrial Advisor of DIPP, Government of India. And Mr. Manish Pandey is my former colleague and National Coordinator for the UNDP Small Grants Program and represents TERI here. As Professor Jyoti Parekh has to leave because of certain engagement, this one, so may I request Dr. Parekh to share her thought.
Thank you very much, Debajit, for introducing me and starting the session. We have already heard very interesting talks in the morning. A number of points have been made already, especially, I think, but still, I didn't hear the word gender, and we need to consider this also as a gender empowerment step. And we had been thinking about this for now almost 20 years or 25, I would say. But, and even when LPG came, even that time we said that this is very good and we welcomed that step, Ujjwala scheme. But at even that time we had warned that it will not be enough just to rely on LPG. And we need multiple solutions. If you see, we have multiple solutions everywhere. The power system itself has coal, oil, gas, nuclear, hydro, solar, wind. And if you see cars, there are so many types of cars, CNG, diesel, and so on. And why cooking has to be just LPG? So it has to be not only electric, but it has to be many types of electric stoves, which there are, some of them are already there. But I think that still it has not found mass acceptance, and that's what we have to think about and really go down to the people and see what's happening. And just to do that, we had once worked in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. We gave them induction cookers, and they, the women were quite excited, and especially you have to go to the places where there are two ways actually. The transformation can happen from what one calls leapfrogging, from biomass to electricity, because electricity is already there. At least the government says the 100% households are supposed to be electrified. If not, okay, 95% is fine for us. And they were quite happy to get these stoves from us. Of course, they paid also after we demonstrated it. So token amount of 500 rupees was taken. That time the cooker was 1500, so they paid 1/3 the price. And at the end of 1 month, they were willing to share their recipes, and some, so we will also see how many people used, for how long, for how many dishes. And it was quite clear that it's not such a big deal if women are taught, and people should not make too much out of this, that they will not be able to figure this out. They figured out mobiles and many things, so they did help. Now coming to, so I do think that the two transformations, one from biofuels, means totally, solid biomass, primitive cooking, which went on for centuries and millennia. That has to be, and it's a shame that in 21st century it's still going on for 2.3 billion people, and we have really failed as society everywhere. And then many sustainable development goals are connected with it. You have SDG 7, but okay, if not there, you have education, health, and you livelihood, and you go on and on. There are many things, and it's. I personally think that we have one major policy has been already taken about 100% electrifying the households. We have also seen the problem of relying on the imported fuel of LPG, and climate reason also is knocking the door. So there are so many, when there are so many factors, all conspire to come together, and there is no other choice. I think we really have to make this work. So I'm happy that now more detailed discussions are taking place, and we need all to work together, and Vimal has already brought many people together now, and we should continue to do so and work, make this work. I don't see downsides to it, and we need to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Parikh. So it was,
I'm very sorry I have to leave, sir.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much. So we had to change the panel, this one, sequence, because she has to leave, so that's some urgent work. So we'll start the panel now with this one. Let me just share my initial thoughts. So the topic that we have been given is about the role of policy in promoting e-cooking. So I remember the first time I wrote about electric cooking way back in probably 2011-12, around that time. And when the Ujwala program through LPG was started, at that time also I was in Terry. So we vouched for having not a complete focus on LPG, rather a technology agnostic focus on clean cooking, and also include electric cooking as one of the cooking applications in the bouquet of things that the government of India should promote. But somehow the government was convinced about LPG. This one, so things didn't move. In 2017, the national energy policy was, the draft national energy policy was announced by the Niti Aayog, and I still remember a particular term which is mentioned in the policy is about the electrifying rural energy demand. And we all felt that now at least the electric cooking will find a favor with the government, but still things didn't move the way it should have been. The Go Electric campaign was launched 2 years back, and thankfully I just got this morning the CEO of Energy Efficiency Services Ltd mentioned about the 20 lakh electric stoves that would be disseminated. Now, having said that, it took a long time, almost 10 years from we started speaking about electric cooking at the initial stage to what the government is doing right now. But still, we are not targeting at the right policy. It's not the device which is important. The device cost is hardly 2,500, 2,000 rupees. So it is not a big challenge for anybody to get a microfinance and buy an electric cooking device. The bigger challenge is about getting the electricity and whether the electricity distribution line can have adequate capacity to take the electrons to the house or not. I remember way back, almost 10, 15 years back, Kerala, Odisha, and some of the other governments actually banned electric cooking because the distribution line was unable to take the load of all electric cookers being used in the evening. This one. So the challenge lies somewhere else. We are trying to address the problem somewhere else. So I think having said that, let me now take these points about what type of policies are actually needed to promote electric cooking. Should we promote electric cooking as a means for not just for the clean kitchen, which otherwise LPG can also provide to a large extent, this one, but more from an energy security point of view. And if we are to promote electric cooking, especially solar-based electric cooking, then what type of policy promotion would be required in terms of financing, in terms of delivery model, in terms of concept selling, because the price might be higher, this one. So to start with this one, I will request Mr. P.C. Sharma, Joint Director, International Solar Alliance, to share his thoughts very briefly on if we are to promote electric cooking through solar, what we should do, what ISA is doing, not just in India, but also in other countries. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pale. First of all, I'll thank MECS for inviting me to this forum. In the morning, there were many learned speakers. So, Dr. Nick, Vishal, Abhay Makreji, Gaya Prasad ji, Dr. Sanjay, and Rajpal ji. So all these speakers have covered most of the points that that are required to promote this clean cooking, the type of ecosystem that is required, the challenges that we are facing, and how to address them. So everybody knows about that. So the highlights were that there are still 2.6 billion people who are without access to clean cooking. That is a big challenge, although even in India, we provide LPG to all the families, but still we know the biomass cooking is going on. It needs to be addressed. To address this, the two challenges that are important for any technology, or even for e-cooking, is the cost of technology and cost of finance. Technology challenges need to be addressed. The one point that I'll add on to all those points raised in promotion of clean cooking is the role of R&D. Although now we have Indian Oil Corporation who has developed this e-cooking, solar e-cooking device, and that was placed before the this week only on 31st during assembly of International Solar Alliance, where 120 countries participated, and there was a keen interest from all the delegates. And now I think Dr. Umesh is there. He'll be giving us the feedback, and that will be very, very important, where those feedback will be utilized to scale up clean cooking in all ISA member countries. Then the cost of providing finance is there. One speaker told there is no dearth of finance. Yes, of course, but the access to that finance is not available. On that point, I'll just add that the self-help groups, women-led self-help groups can be utilized to channelize all those finances to address to the masses. Because one of the speakers also raised this issue of marketing strategy, that we should reach to the masses, and for that mass awareness creation is required. So that when MECS talks about the scaling up, they need to create more awareness among the masses, and of course capacity building of those groups, those stakeholders which will take these technologies to the masses. Because the finances, the experience in India is that those women-led self-help groups, the microfinances, the success rate, the recovery rate is the highest, even better than all the financial institutions. So from this forum, I'll request when MECS is working, they need to consider these involvement of women-led small self-help groups, and ultimately to develop that business model, the whole ecosystem that can be replicated in other ISA member countries. Dr. Umesh will agree that most of those countries which have shown interest were from Africa region, and those are our very important members. Out of 54 countries, 44 African countries are member of the International Solar Alliance, and already we are in discussion when I was going to the missions in Africa region, this issue is being raised, and we are including the issue of clean cooking in our ad members to take it further. So as far as another speaker requested to start a program on clean cooking, already we address, we can cover this clean cooking program under our program 1. Program 1 is scaling solar applications for agricultural use. Under this, we promote all off-grid applications. Although the emphasis up to now has been on solar water pumping system, under that we have used this aggregation model of EESL, and we have learned that the aggregation leads to reduction in the cost of technology from 40 to 50%. So that's a good model that can be replicated. And to address to the finances, I don't know about this carbon credit market, but if MECS can think of linking this clean cooking with the carbon credit markets also. And as far as formation of a coalition is concerned, it's like ISA can be of great help. It's a coalition which can help the promotion of clean cooking in all member countries. Already 116 countries have joined the International Solar Alliance. We can further scale up this clean cooking in all the ISA member countries. But the request before we go into these coalitions, the Indian experience that MECS is doing, because India's experience is the different habits of the people, cooking habits among the masses, though that can be studied. And the one point that Dr. Nick has raised, first we need to prepare a roadmap. So when the road mapping, how to develop those road maps include all these points of cooking habits, finances, technologies, O&M and other systems. Once we do, for India, International Solar Alliance can help other member countries how to develop those roadmaps, because that is the role where policy plays in promotion of any technology. So that those roadmaps needs to be linked to the national goals. That will be the right approach to promote these, instead of discussing these issues just in separately. So it should be linked to the national goals of those countries. And the road mapping, the experiences that we will experience here in India, because India has different states. It's like working for almost 30 countries. So those different business models, those which will come out of this road mapping and learnings, that can be taken to all the ISA member countries through UN Office of South-South Cooperation. Already the experience of aggregation of solar water pumping systems have been taken to UN Office of, and already a project for 10 countries for solar road mapping. 2 million has been sanctioned, and the feasibility studies are going on. So such types of cooperation can be given for different countries, and that will help in aggregating the demand, creating the market, and the last I'll say, without involvement of private sector, all this scaling up is not possible. So right from the beginning, already MECS is working with the private sector. There are certain players even today in the exhibition. Those are available, so that can be done. So these are the few points that I would like to add on to the discussion that need to be included in the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. So, right point made, and it's heartening to know that Solar Alliance is also going to launch a program on electric cooking as part of their program 1. So it's really great to know. Thank you so much, this one. So Mr. Vimal Kumar mentioned about whether we are ready to take the bet, and I started with the tea first, this one. My former boss, who is now the head of the International Solar Alliance, always mentions one thing, that the way the policy works is that we should have a technology that works. If we can do that, then there should be a business model that works, and then finally the policy is there to scale it up, the model. So I will take this question to Mr. Sinha, and being somebody who has been associated with the government, with the Department of Industrial sector, policy and promotion. So how do you see it to solve the E of BET, that's the economics, and the business model, the type of business model that would be required for scaling up? Yeah, please. Can I just pick from you?
Thank you very much, Dr. Pali. I will also start from where Dr. Sanjay Kumar spoke about what a day to talk about electric or clean cooking. You go out of the room and you see the evidence why we should do it. And there is enough for that. But so the need is not just for transition to electric cooking, but I would say electric clean cooking. And that the power has to come from more cleaner sources rather than coal and gas. It has to come from renewable sources. Then only we really serve it the real purpose we are working for. And any such transition, but especially when we are trying to accelerate the transition, the role of policy becomes important. Without that, it's not possible. I mean, when I talked about policy, I mean the government policy. And to implement such a vast thing, I mean, across the nation, across the households, and almost when we talk about transition, even if it's 25% of the population, and India is a vast populated country. And as we have seen in the report that the Green Shift report perhaps says that 25% of the household should be electrified for cooking purposes. Electrified is already. So that by 2030. So that's a big task. When we say 2030, maybe 2040, we want it to go up to 50%. Finally, yes, it has to go up because we have to meet the net zero target by 2070. So the progression has to be there. Now, there are certain issues which I think Professor Palit also talked about just now about the devices are not not so critical as far as transition is concerned. People in general, not everybody, but quite a 30–40% of the population in India can afford to have it. But what about the supply side? I mean, the power supply, is the grid ready for that kind of transition? I mean, just imagine, even in Delhi, which has a relatively robust supply of power, if today, even the 50% or less than that, I would say, population totally shift to electric cooking and entirely on electric, 100% electric, what will happen to the grid on that particular day? Can you imagine? I think you can imagine it. Because we have seen when the air conditioned, in the month of June in Delhi, often it is a breakdown we face. And then we are also transitioning to our electric vehicle. What will happen if even 30%, as planned by Niti Aayog by 2030, 30% cars are electrified on the road in Delhi? And in the evening, they all go for charging. I mean, not all will go, but even if 20% go for charging, what will happen to the grid? So the grid revamping is a major task as far as, it is a government task, of course. So the policy has to be oriented in that direction to strengthen the grid. There is already a policy, revamping electrical in rural infrastructure of electrical infrastructure is being strengthened, but that is need to accelerate it. Secondly, one topic which I haven't seen many people talking about, but that's about the grid online. See, we are increasing the share of renewable energy in our grid. Say that the installed capacity around 40% is renewable. The actual generation, I'm not sure, but it is almost half of it, at least half of it. Now, when you are depending on sources of energy which are variable in nature, and renewable energy mostly are variable in nature, which is solar. It varies from morning to evening, daytime and evening time. In night time, it is zero. This wind energy also varies, during the day, depending on the weather. And hydraulic, of course, it doesn't change that much, but definitely according to the season, it changes. So this variability of power supply, once it is integrated fully with the grid, what happens there? I have seen a very detailed research work done in USA, though I am not an expert on that subject, but the conclusions I could understand is that up to 10% of the renewable energy or variable energy, if it is integrated with the grid, fine, no problem. It can take the variability. I mean, that much variation is tolerable in the grid. Once it goes to 20%, up to 20%, it starts affecting the grid. The balancing is now required at the grid. And if it is 30%, then you can't balance the grid without a grid scale battery power attached to the grid. And that is where I think, though government in the last budget only has spoken about it and allocated money also for it, but I don't know whether we are really moving in a direction or at the pace to meet that requirement, because by 2030 we have several targets to fulfill, and for that target to meet, we also need the battery support in the grid. So, I mean, there are various areas where the government support would be required, the policy support would be required. I'm not talking about economics because there are experts who know much better than me about it. But the need for policy support from the government is at all stages would be needed for conversion. The government is already supporting, no doubt about it, but that pace also has to be accelerated to accelerate the transition. So that's all from my side, and that's what I think. Time is also constrained. So we have one more speaker, learned speaker we'll talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Let's now go to the behavioral aspect. So Manish has been working with the community for many, many years. So I would request Manish, who represents STEADY and UNDP Small Grants Program, to share his thoughts on what type of behavioral change or behavioral aspects we need to consider for promotion of electric cooking. You can speak from here or there, whichever.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I think having associated and worked at the ground for last, I think, almost 15 years in particularly lighting and cooking energy space, I think designing, I think a lot of speakers have already spoken about this, but I would like to emphasize that designing a technology is one aspect, but how the users actually accept that technology is very, very important. And that's how the transition actually happens. My experience in terms of promoting the solar energy and biomass-based cooking, particularly in Bihar and the other eastern part, what we have seen is that if the technologies or the people or the users are not very comfortable in using the technology, they will not adopt it. You make it like very financially lucrative, you give it a very sophisticated design technologies, but if it's not comfortable for them to use, then they will not use. It will be just, kept idle. So I think one of the key focus for promoting the electric cooking should be that how we bring that behavior change, among the beneficiaries. If we talk about, a little on a macro scale, I think even if we are able to transition, 20–30% of the cooking, of a households on the electric devices, then I think we are very much, I would say, successful in doing this, because there are different types of food requirement in different geography in our country, and I think if some of it, if not 100%, at least 30% can be cooked on the electric devices. Coming back to the policy, what sort of policy we can sort of focus on is that I think one is that how we bring lower cost financing for buying such kind of technologies. What we have seen that Mr. Sarma was speaking about, that how we engage the women groups. I think in different parts of the country under the National Rural Livelihood Mission, there have been a lot of SHG groups have been formed, and they are having easy access to the finance through that groups. So how we can make that financing easily available for the women at a very low interest rate. I think that will promote this devices, and I think it can be upscaled in different areas. So this is the experience that we have seen, that lower cost of financing has actually resulted in people transitioning from traditional cooking to the biomass based cooking, which was a little more efficient. Then I think carbon credits can play a role, and we have implemented some projects in Bihar where around 25,000 of households have been provided with improved biomass cook stove through carbon finance. I think here it can also play a role, provided that we can make it like solar based. The cost is high. That calculation needs to be done, and I'm sure that MECS must be interacting with some of the players who are doing this carbon credit. How can we bring that so that the cost can be reduced for the users? Because the ultimate thing is that how much a user has to pay. If we can reduce that, I think this can be scaled up further. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. This one, so time is short. I just wanted to ask each of the panelists, the three panelists who are here, to give us one policy prescription that MECS and Finovesta can take it up with the government. One very crisp policy prescription. What is that you want the government to do to promote electric cooking or to scale up electric cooking in India? Starting with Mr. Sharma.
One prescription that I'll give is the promotion of private sector, give incentives like Nepal has done, reduction in the taxes, so that the part that government can play to promote these clean cooking devices. Rather, to begin with, it can be total exemption on the taxes till it reaches to the scale where the cost is affordable to the masses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Sinha.
Would you mind if I give two suggestions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
The first suggestion would be what one speaker in the morning talked about. I mean, he said that the giving incentive to a actual user of the electric cooking devices in terms of lower tariff of electricity, 120 units, which is generally a monthly consumption for one induction. So that would be one. And since I have taken an extra liberty, I will talk about that second one, which is production-linked schemes should be implemented for manufacturer of the electric cooking devices as well, because that will help us in stopping, not stopping, but reducing import of devices and also improving or enhancing the local content in the electric cooking devices. That's all. Thank you.
Ensuring that whoever is the private sector, they are having the local production and local after-sale services at the field level.
Some great suggestion, this one. So so we have to stop here. So 3 suggestions and 1 from my side I will add. So production, so a lot of work to do by Finovista and MECS, production linked incentives and tax incentives. The way the government works is that you have to create some numbers and show it to the government that these are the numbers, revenue neutral numbers, this one. So you also have to show from where the money will come. Then only the government policy makers would take cognizance of the numbers, otherwise not. Incentivize the user through lower tariff. Well, we have to see that how to do it, given the fact that distribution companies are already at a loss. We have to work out innovative ways to see that the losses doesn't increase, but at the same time, the electric cooking improves or scales up through, and local after sales. This is something is very important in the sense that we have seen, while I was in Terry, we have seen that why local after sales is extremely important for promoting good quality and high efficient stoves, because otherwise people has a tendency to go back to local manufacturer or local stoves, which are very inefficient and in the process consume more electricity. This one. And the last suggestion from my side, or rather humble request to the government is implementing RDSS program. Please do evaluate or assess the electricity distribution network, because the network that we are going to create would be for the next 30 years. If we miss the bus now, electric cooking will miss the bus for 30 years. Thank you. We stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Can we request, please gather around for a quick photo. Thank you. We will move on to our next panel discussion for today, and that will focus on the current challenges and the gaps in the supply chain of e-cooking devices and solutions to consumers. In India, rural and peri-urban households predominantly use biomass or firewood for cooking, even when they have access to cleaner cooking technologies such as LPG or electric cookstoves and biogas. This is mostly due to supply chain and affordability challenges for electric, solar, and other modern energy-based solutions. The supply chain is at an nascent stage, with Tier 1, Tier 2 cities having benefited mostly from the existing distributor and retailer networks and now online platforms. In rural and peri-urban areas, establishing reliable access and leveraging the network of existing neighborhood stores is still far-fetched. Our panelists for this session will be discussing the current challenges for the supply chain of devices and solutions and suggestions to enable an effective and agile supply chain. I invite the session chair, Dr. Nick Russo, International Liaison Manager, MECS Programme, and our panelists, Mr. Animesh Mishra, Chief General Manager, Energy Efficiency Services Ltd, Dr. Umesh Srivastava, Executive Director, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mr. Chandru Carlo, Managing Director, TTK Prestige, Ms. Meredith Motoni Najenga, Head of Electric Finance, Burn Manufacturing. I request Dr. Nick Russo to please take the session forward from here. Thank you.
That's working. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm conscious that there is going to be some food appearing behind you very shortly, and that is going to distract the audience from our important business. So I'm going to suggest that we all deliver our comments seated. That'll make it a little bit quicker. But I think I'm so pleased that Finovista brought together this amazing panel, because we want to talk about and learn from experiences that people have of what works. A bit like was said earlier, what can we learn from the mobile phone industry? That is a huge success. Everyone in India has a mobile phone. We can aspire to that kind of level of success if we find the right business model. But getting the model, getting whatever it is out to the consumer to the point where they will be using it is one of the biggest challenges. And that is something that we want to discuss today. And we have an amazing panel. So each will bring their own perspective and experience of what works and what recommendations they would make to the sector to deliver this in terms of electric cooking. We're going to start with Mr. Animesh Mishra from EESL. You've already heard from his CEO, but you are leading the program, I think, on the induction cooking device, so we're looking forward to working with you. How would you approach the challenge of
building that supply chain out to the market?
Thank you. Actually, first of all, I would like to thank you, MECS, and also our another partner, International Copper Alliance, because this is one initiative which has now got its time. As before me, the panel, Mr. Patra said that if we miss the bus, we'll miss it for 30 years. But the basic idea of induction cooking is not something new, and I think it is just taking the transformation similar to what Nick gave an example of mobile industry. The whole idea is what we are looking at, because the first thing of the supply chain which starts is the product availability and the technology. Now this technology is not rapidly moving, but it is being innovated, and my co-colleague, Mr. Kalro, and I have been discussing it. There has been a lot of innovation from his company and various other companies which has done on the product which earlier 10 years back was there, and then the condition adoption of India has happened. So basically there is, for me, there is not a gap in supply chain as per se, because there is enough of product availability in the market which is there, but per se the adoption is not happening. There has to be many other factors which attach to it. So in India, see, generally what happens in countries in Asia is the fear marketing which comes into play, because now everybody is drinking mineral water in India, though the water, even when we go to Ladakh, instead of tap water, people drink mineral water, bottled water there, while the water in tap in Ladakh is more pure than any mineral water which is coming in. And similarly, the other factor which comes in is not taking large than the biggest factor, like Nick said, we have to have a telecom revolution kind of thing. In India, one of the most important factor works, like telecom revolution started when there was a very big gap in communication, and then it started in '96. I have been part of the telecom industry for more than 2 decades, and I have seen it as a sunrise sector. Today, I see energy again coming up as an sunrise sector, and this is the right time for getting most energy appliances on ground with the right set, because now we have got the technology expertise, and as our partners BE has already come out with 5-star rating, that is where I said the supply chain, we have the product. Now, today when I am doing the bed, I don't have my suppliers making 5-star at the moment, but all have committed to us that in next 6 months, probably getting the clarity on what are there in 5-star rating, they will start producing it. Coming back to the telecom example, the last revolution that happened in telecom was, we all know, because of Jio. And what they did is something what actually now makes a revolution in India, give things for free to Indians. And that is how they adopt it more faster than that. Even but when government was COVID, fear, COVID vaccination free, everybody lined up. People who were charging, there was less of line. So basically the whole idea is that we need to have enough of promotional planning into it, what are the dynamics that it will take to the market. And lastly, I would just like to put in the supply chain matrix, it's very important to understand right now, because the consumer doesn't see that need of a different medium for cooking. So why this is very important has to be understood and accepted by the consumer who is the final user. If I ask a question, how many in this room are eating food cooked by on electric cookers? The percentage, we all are talking about it. And we are all here. But still, I have an electric cooker. It is used just when my kids and my mom use it. The cooking which happens, is not on, basically it's the PNG which is happening. So until unless we who even talk adopt to it and then start telling it to everybody, it's fine. And taking the final point from Mr. Sinha, who has been a policy advocate for quite some time, not only the grid support, but also in Indian houses. I find in my house itself, no equipment beyond 1000 watt works. The moment I put even an iron, which is 1000 watt, my MCB trips. So the internal household wiring and support system, which is there, it has to be something which can support a 1000 plus watt equipment, because you will have many equipments running in that parameter of 1000 to 1500, 2000, geysers are there, everything is there. So there is something we need to also look at the backhaul wiring internally for each residential houses and offices and institute. Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Really, really, absolutely. Great points. And just to say that, yeah, we are currently trying to get our gas connection cut off in my house. We have a induction-based cooking range and solar panels, but it is costly. You know, it's a big commitment. Okay, thank you for that. So now we can hear from IOCL. So Dr. Umesh Srivastava, apologies for mispronunciation, G, is Executive Director covering the R&D within IOCL, and they're responsible for the Soyuz-Newton device, which is outside, and has been working very hard at how to get that out to the masses. But you have a lot of experience at IOCL in engaging with a customer base. Very interested in your perspective on this.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thanks, MECS, for having me on this panel and having my team of my colleagues from marketing who are here and my other colleagues who are here who work on electric cooking. And we are the only group of people in Indian Oil who work on electric cooking or think of electric cooking. Otherwise, there are hundreds of us in Indian Oil who sell LPG. You all know. And you all use it also. So I like to start from one sentence which the panelist from Terry said in the last session, where he said that change has to be comfortable. And because Mr. Animesh has asked one question, I'd like to ask one more question to this audience. How many of you get up in the morning and go for your walks, early walks? There are little more hands than the electric cooking ones. But you know, we all know what is right and wrong for our lives. We all know what is right and wrong for our environment. But then we don't take those steps to actually make it happen. So Mr. I don't remember his name, but he said that change has to be comfortable, but there cannot be any change which will be comfortable. Change is always uncomfortable. It takes you out from your comfort zone, and then you actually find that the new area is much better than what you were actually using. So now coming back to electric cooking, yes, it is a very clean cooking. We all know about it. If we talk of induction cooktop, the cost of that device is almost negligible. Sometimes when we go in a group of 10 to have our dinners in the hotel, we leave that amount of tip for the waiters, but then we don't use it. That's the hard fact. So and then Mr. Palit asks about one policy decision or one suggestion that should be given on this occasion. So I'm not finishing my talk, but still I like to take this opportunity to say that at least government should have a program of subsidy for electric cooking. Whether it works or not is a different issue. And it can only be possible in Indian context when we have a little less dependence on grids, at least for the next 10 years. Because the Indian grids are still evolving in terms of, as Mr. Sinha also said, that it has to accommodate various types of renewable energy into it, which is intermittent, which may cause a lot of issues. And the data also says that even apart from Delhi as a state, We come from Haryana, there are many who come from UP, surrounding areas, and then Bihar and Jharkhand and Rajasthan and so on. The power outages are still there. At least for, on an average, 1 hour to 5 hours is the kind of power outages which are even now there in the urban areas, leave apart the rural areas. We all face it. We are living in our townships where the moment power goes, it moves into DG, and then the DG costs we all know. But the power outages are there. So therefore, at Indian Oil, the product that we have brought out is a product which actually has an inherent storage, which is not the electrical storage. So it can cater to the times when the power is not there. Also, when the power is there, it can very well take the grid power, but we feel that at least for the next 10 years, if there is a device which has grid independence associated with it, it will be more useful for the rural population and for semi-urban population kind of thing, and for that Surya Nutan is very well poised. You all can very well see outside of this room, it is cooking all kinds of food, whatever is the challenge that you want to give to cook on that, you can always talk to the cooks there. We have been cooking in all the geographies of the country, right from non-veg to veg and all that. And since we are sitting in a forum where we have to discuss on the supply chain part of it, let me inform that the costliest part of this device, which is there with any other device, is actually the solar panel. Otherwise, the components that go into at least my device, the Surya Nutan, there are 5 major components which are constituting 15% of the cost of the product each. So which comes to around 75 to 80%, and then remaining small things constitute another 20%. And most of this is available in the country. Nothing is imported in this product, excepting the solar panel or the wafers that we import inside the country. There's nothing imported. So this is from the supply side of it. Now coming to the demand side of it, Indian Oil being into the business of distributing cooking energy for the last 40 years or more, we know what goes with the product, and we have our own dealers and we have our own experiences with LPG. We also know that when we introduced LPG in the year 1965 kinds, by 1969, there were only 2,000 households in the country that were using LPG as a cook stove. But today we see it everywhere, though there is a data which says, and that's a very authentic data which says that even today, there are about 25% households in the country who are using wood. I'm sure all of you will agree with me. That is the kind of, and that 25% constitute almost something like 9 crore of the household of the country. 8 to 9 crore of the household are still using. So that is where we have a window of opportunity to actually introduce. But as I said, change is never comfortable. It will not be comfortable for people who are advocating change. It will not be comfortable for the policy makers, for the people who get into this business of bringing in change. But whether we like it or not, very true for today's condition, when I can see a lot of you wearing masks today, because there's so much of a smog in the city, change has to come. And we are, with that hope, we are moving ahead with our product that someday we'll bring the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think comfort is a key factor at lots of levels, isn't it? And someone earlier, I think Jyoti mentioned gender. We haven't been mentioning gender, and I think the gender dimension is often being missed, and we will have a session this afternoon about the role of women. But both men and women have to be comfortable with the change, and sometimes that can be a challenge in the family. But I'm sure KK Prestige has lots of experience in this area. They've been selling electric cooking devices in India for I don't know how long, for many, many years. And they have an amazing array of new products. They seem to be constantly innovating, which is very exciting to see. So Mr. Chandru Kalro ji is going to share some of his experiences of getting products out into the market. And I'm conscious that time is against us, I'm afraid.
Yep, I understand. Thank you, Nick, and thank you to Finovista for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to take off from where Mr. Umesh left off. Change is never comfortable. I think we should not look at it as a 0-1 situation. You're never going to have a complete transition in any home from LPG to electric cooking. I mean, that's never going to happen. I mean, we've done enough research in the past to see the people who bought induction cooktops in their homes, and we find that induction is today a backup or for specific applications where there is unattended cooking, which is boiling, pressure cooking, things like that. For the rest of things where there's a constant intervention required, they would rather cook with LPG. So first, let's understand that the change management involved is something we must appreciate. No one's going to go lock, stock, and barrel that side. So let's not look at it as 0-1. That's my only thing. Let's look at adoption rather than deleting one thing and doing the getting in the other. That's my humble suggestion here. We've all agreed that the capex involved in transition is not high because a single zone induction doesn't cost too much. We've also agreed that the OPEX is actually lower, even when you look at subsidy on the LPG being removed or no subsidy on the electricity being there. We're still looking at OPEX being lower. So there's no problem. Now, the adoption, therefore, from a cost perspective is not an issue. From a convenience and perceptive issue is an issue, because a home which does not see a flame, I mean, in Hindi we have a saying, "Ghar mein chulha jalta hai." That means the fire in my kitchen must burn for us to have food on the table. So I'm just talking from a cultural standpoint. So from there, when you are moving to something that does not have a flame, while it is safer, while it is more efficient, there's a perceptive issue. Do I have a kitchen that has a fire burning in it? So that's a change management that we need, and I'm sure EESL, with all the lovely work that it's doing, and the government with all the lovely work that it's doing, will fight that perception issue. I agree we can make almost any kind of Indian food on it. That's not an issue. The other issue, I think, is the way we want to define aggregation. Now, EESL is aggregating demand, and therefore offering manufacturers or marketers like us with a ready-made platform to participate in this marketplace. But where I think we will have to aggregate other things is the infrastructure that's required for this transition. For example, after-sales service. Now just imagine if I'm going to sell an induction cooktop in Ladakh or Leh, where the quantities are not satisfying enough for me to set up a full-fledged after-sales service, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to just go back. But that's where I think IOCL-like organizations can help us aggregate this. We must co-opt LPG distribution systems. In my opinion, it's a very humble suggestion that I make, to actually make this happen. Because it's never going to be 0 and 1. There's no home that's going to go completely to electric. So if I'm going to assume that there's LPG and electric in that home, why not I co-opt this lovely network that we have of the oil marketing companies to actually do the after-sales service, where the manufacturers partake in that, and there is an option to compensate the distribution network that's available. The other thing is the government is directing subsidies through LPG. Can we split that subsidy between LPG and electrics? Because now with the technology that we have, we can actually meter specifically consumed electricity for cooking. So now let's say, I mean, I'll just give you an example. The last time there was this induction boom in India was when the government suddenly said, I'll only give you 6 cylinders. And then suddenly everybody was buying induction. Now the subsidy was going away. Now just imagine if the government now split the subsidy and didn't say that I'm taking away anything. And now actually split it between the two, the Indian consumer will adopt faster than we think. So aggregation of infrastructure, splitting of subsidies, targeting subsidies, I think can hasten this. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I hope we're capturing all these. There's some really strong ideas coming out. And I like we're not talking 0 to 1 concept as well. I've not heard that before, but that's a nice way of putting it. And we did the study on 100% cooking with electricity, not because we thought it would happen, but see what we would learn from it. And we learned a lot. Okay, our last panelist in the 5 minutes before we have to break for lunch is Ms. Meredith Muthoni Njenga, who is the head of electric finance at Byrne Manufacturing. Now, Byrne, you may or may not have heard of. They're very big in Africa. They've been working in the cooking space for many years, and they are, I believe, unique in offering a full vertical integration from manufacture right down to the end user. So lots of experience of the supply chain in Africa. Could you share some of your thoughts?
Yes, definitely. So a bit about Byrne, as Nick has said, we are a manufacturer and distributor of clean cook stoves in Africa. We have done about more than 4 million stoves within Africa across more than 20 countries. And we manage the process end to end. We design the product, we manufacture the product, we distribute, and we monitor the product at the same time. And one of the two things I'd want to talk about in the interest of time about how we could push adoption of electric cooking from the lessons we have learned. One is in the distribution and making sure that we build a distribution channel that can manage that change with the customers. So what we have is a B2C distribution network. We have more than 1,500 sales agents. And what they do is door-to-door delivery of cook stoves. So you would find there's an entire chain and process where they would approach a customer, make sure that they are the right fit for the product, and then at the end of the day, once they've made the payment, they do an installation. And during that installation, there's some form of training that happens. Then after that, they're handed over to an after-sales team. So we have a call center with more than 200 agents that manages this process, where if there's any issue that comes up with the device, if there's any, maybe someone is struggling with a certain setting, they're able to address that. Should they need further support, we would send an agent back to that home to make sure that they are fully equipped to use the device. So that's one thing that has really worked in driving the push to electric cooking for all the households we've worked with in Africa. And one other thing that we are now looking into is to make it as well as more affordable. Because biomass fuels are very cheap in most African countries, and that's the biggest barrier for people to adopt electricity, especially where we're finding in some markets electricity is expensive. So one thing that we're really pushing is a lot of policy and advocacy changes that need to be made. And one is around setting of special tariffs just for cooking. So some countries in Africa, like Uganda, do have e-cooking tariffs, and that's a push we want to drive across the continent. And what this would mean, given that you can make induction stoves or any electric stove metered or IoT enabled, for anyone who owns a smart meter device, we can track the energy and time consumed on cooking, and they should benefit from that by getting a special tariff just for cooking. So with those two initiatives to drive adoption, one, special tariffs for cooking, and two, managing a change management through the distribution network, I think are some of the things that could work to drive success.
Thank you very much. And again, very concrete, helpful. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to have to cut us short, but I believe the plan is that after the main business of the day, those of you can stay, there will be an opportunity to have further discussion. Also, we're just going to have lunch, so if you'd like to come and further explore the ideas around supply chain, then do come and speak to us. We'd love to have your thoughts and also just discuss some of these ideas and how they can be practically implemented. But I want to thank the panelists again. I think it's actually been really constructive and really helpful. We've got a lot of really positive energy, which I find exciting. And again, a year from now, we're going to come back and it's all going to be very different. So thank you.
Just a moment. I would like to thank Nick and Vimal especially for MECS and its effort, which is tirelessly what they are doing, and it's really going to, I think, revolutionize the way we are going to cook. And From the EESL side, I think I will just ask my team to stand up here in the crowd. And just for the commitment from our side, this is a team which has changed the lighting lifestyle of India by bringing LED. And now it is our challenge, and we'll do it. We'll change the cooking lifestyle of India. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now break for lunch. I request everyone to please be seated in next 45 minutes. Thank you. Is largely held by women globally, and thus women bear a disproportionate share of impact in the form of poor health and safety, as well as lost productivity and well-being. Active engagement of women across the value chain in the clean cooking domain has the potential to significantly advance the transition to the use of cleaner energy for cooking, and would lead to gender equality, economic empowerment, health and well-being for women, and can also lead to user-centric innovations, knowledge sharing, and learning support. For this session on bringing women at center stage in clean cooking sector, I call the session chair, Ms. Sheetal Rastogi, co-founder, Finovista, and our panelist for this session, Mr. Soumitra Chakravarti, Chief General Manager, Marketing Strategy, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Dr. Tripta Thakur, Director General, National Power Training Institute, Ms. Akanksha Golcha, Lead Clean Energy Access and Finance, NRDC, Mr. Swamnil Mukherjee, Consultant, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Please come on the stage and lead the discussions. I request Ms. Sheetal Rastogi to take the session forward from here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know we all are a little tied up with a lunch. So I think this panel has a very important responsibility. So before we start this session today, I'll just run through a small presentation. And we have an exciting launch of a women community that we're going to be talking about. Satyam has already highlighted this, and I think Professor Parekh in the first panel on policy also talked about that the aspect of gender is very important when we are talking about clean cooking. I won't take much time. We are all aware of this, that women globally are more responsible for all activities related to cooking, whether it's fuel collection and preparation in the rural areas, cooking generally in the households, and managing budgets of the households. Of course, there is a disproportionate impact on women. We are well aware of it, but it'll be good if we run through it again. There's an impact on health of women and children with respect to the biomass burning. Of course, we are all experiencing it, the environmental and climate impacts, the time spent of women in collecting this fuel, and of course, time is also cost. They could be employed somewhere. Very less time that they get for leisure, spending with their children and family. And of course, we all know that this work is not paid for. Of course, this also has an impact on the restricted education and productive economic activities. A transition to clean cooking would not only have the positive benefits that we've been talking about since morning with respect to climate impacts and a big impetus on India's journey towards clean energy transition. It, of course, will lead to a very better life with respect to women and children in terms of an improved health, time saving. We have a lot of data which is available which says that women spend considerable time in fuel collection, and also in terms of the opportunities that this sector can open up for women, reduce gender inequalities, and a better time for spending on the quality education and well-being of their children and a cleaner environment. How engaging women in this sector could be a game changer. We all know that women are the largest consumer group in this sector, but how can we engaging them positively in this sector be a game changer? That would really ensure that women have an equal voice. There's a lot of knowledge that women have and about this sector. A lot of decision making on the way the devices are purchased, the amount of money that's been spent is still taken by men. And I think that is something that will lead to a gender equality with more participation of women in this sector, and economic empowerment and equal opportunity for women that will open up in this sector. We've talked about health and well-being. Knowledge sharing and innovation is something that's going to be very critical. Women always have, a lot of traditional knowledge about cooking and energy use, and a lot of it is still left unlocked when we have lesser participation from women. And of course, there's going to be a mutual support and encouragement in terms of the social learning that can come through. So what we have for you is, I think all of you have it in front of you, a small brochure that we've given to you. We are very excited to share the concept of women in modern energy cooking that we are going to be working together in the forthcoming year. And needless to say, that it's going to be having an impact across multiple SDGs. I won't be taking you through that. We are well aware about the impacts of cleaner cooking and participation of women. What I wanted to really highlight is that, what is the kind of members that we are looking at in this member community. Participation from startups and SMEs. We have amongst ourselves today also a lot of female entrepreneurs in this sector, think tanks and policy institutions, personalities and leaders, local community groups, NGOs and agencies, financial institutions, carbon developers and implementers, interest from research and academia. Of course, I can't leave behind the schools and Anganwadis as a segment. So what is the aim of this community? What is the objective with which we want to introduce this community? We have in mind that a women-driven approach is very much important for advancing gender equity in the clean cooking sector in India and I think globally also. There are a lot of initiatives which have attracted the attention of women in renewable energy sector and women in climate impact segment. Specifically, this community would, address with an aim of lending a voice and a platform to women in clean cooking, in bringing them together, engaging them, and having a very strong network of sharing ideas. Enhance participation and representation of women in clean cooking discussions. We often feel that we don't have enough representation of women when we are talking about clean cooking. And I think Professor Palit in the earlier session also mentioned that. Enhance access to finance and for the women in clean cooking sector. unlocking opportunities for women entrepreneurs in terms of access of finance and to the professionals of women who are working in this sector, creating multiple business opportunities and employment opportunities for women, and unlocking, the most important, unlocking the knowledge of cooking and use of energy to foster innovation and development for suitable solutions. We often say that we have a lot. Earlier speakers mentioned that there's no dearth of devices which are there in the market, but how the users are really adapting those devices is something which is very much important. An active engagement of women in this sector would really ensure a smoother and a faster adoption of these technologies. And with this, I come to the next point that, once we have this community in place, what is the idea of engaging the members who want to be a part of this community? There are certain things that we have already, mentioned over here, but we'll be much open to the ideas and to collaborations. Create a digital platform which would showcase the profiles and ensure visibility and network for the members. Market access opportunities for women for trade and connects, industry visits and meetings. With respect to connect with the industries and innovators, to constantly innovate on technologies and solutions, engaging women to be a part of more and more discussions and platforms and forums for clean cooking, unlocking and creating knowledge resources for raising awareness, key insights of women in this domain. As I mentioned, a lot of interventions with respect to access to finance and engaging financial institutions and bringing their interest into this. Capacity building initiatives and building entrepreneurship in this sector. I'm very happy to see women entrepreneurs and people who have already been supported under Modern Energy Cooking Services Program today exhibiting over here. So I think that is something that really talks about from the example perspective. Creating and sharing business opportunities of product supply and services across the clean cooking sector in India and globally. So with this, I will request my fellow panelists to really hold up this brochure, and if we could, have the launch of this community. And I would also request Dr. Nick to join us on stage. And there is a scan and register on the last page of this brochure. So I would really invite all of you to register yourself. Our team would get in touch in understanding that what is your interest in being a part of this community and taking the discussion forward. Thank you. And with this, we'll move forward to the panel discussion. You can stop the slides. So I've already shared a lot of views on how to engage women and bringing them on the center stage. With this, I will like to first invite Dr. Tripta Thakur on sharing some of her knowledge and experiences of how can we really engage more women in this sector and unlock the knowledge that women have about the clean cooking and the traditional cooking sector.
Thank you so much. I really would like to thank the organizers for inviting and giving me this opportunity to speak on Modern Energy Cooking Forum 2023. And especially the topic which is very close to my heart, because I know that in any country, the 50% population is women population. And if we will not take into account of women, which is 50% of population, then no country can progress. And clean cooking is one of the way in which we can empower women, especially in the rural area, where they are using the conventional way for cooking, which is impacting their health. As already mentioned, a lot of studies has come up which clearly mention that what are the disadvantages, especially health issues associated with that. So if we can really focus on them, then really we can actually empower them. And food is very essential thing. And we all know that, especially in India, we always say jokingly that we all are working for our food only, right? So food is very important component. Women are spending a lot of time. So even when any house is designed, women always says that my portion is only my kitchen. So please take care of the good kitchen facility so that I'm spending a lot of time, so I should be comfortable. And also what we are facing presently, the problem is very severe. We are in the era of global warming, which is no more future tense, very much present tense, and environmental concern. So if we look forward to solve both these issues of energy security in one way, because energy is very essential, and secondly the environmental concern, we are looking forward for more and more renewable energy. So this cooking, which is of course electric cooking, and if this supply of electricity becomes green electricity, to sone pe suhaga ho jayega. So I hope that this forum, this kind of consortium, which this Women in Modern Energy Cooking is doing, this is really going to help us to solve all the issues. So go electric. And one more thing which is mentioned in the this conference, that life mission of our Honorable Prime Minister, which is also talking about lifestyle for environment. And women can contribute a lot, because whatever I have learned, whatever I have achieved, still there is a lot of lacuna for women. Women are not there in leadership, although in India we always praise women like Shakti, like Ma, like Goddess. But when we come into the actual situation, things are a little bit different. Still, we are not giving so much weightage. When you talk about the leadership, still people have a doubt whether this she can handle or not, although she is the only one good manager at household. Any house is having so many successful people. The person behind is only women. So still there is a lot of things which we really need to do for that. And whatever I have learned personally, I can tell you, I have learned a lot from my mother. So when we talk about lifestyle for environment, how to use electricity, when to use electricity, how to minimize your need, everything is taught to us through our mothers only. So whatever way we can contribute to all mothers for making their cooking an enjoyable experience, although the kitchen and making food for anyone is always an enjoyable experience. We also did, I also did, you also did. And so many ladies sitting here, they always did very enthusiastically cooking for their family, for their society. But if we can provide them clean cooking option, which are going to help them, especially in the rural area, especially in the, when we are talking and going for green energy, and green, clean cooking, this is going to help a women community a lot, and lot need to be done for them. And this leaders who will come up as a leader for this forum, I think they will be having many successful stories. And I know that women entrepreneur can also contribute a lot for making and designing the good facilities for cooking purpose. So I'm really happy, and I'm looking forward for more conversation when time's ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think very rightly said that there is a lot of knowledge which is passed from one generation to another, and there's a lot of learning which is happening. But how to bring in more women in the mainstream? With this, I'll move forward to Mr. Soumitra Chakrabarty. And sir, I'd like to understand your views in this aspect, that as one of the largest energy companies, what do you think are the barriers that women face in terms of, a proper representation in this sector, and what do you think could be some successful models?
Thank you, Shitalji. Like Dr. Thakur, I would also like to thank the forum to give me the opportunity, and the right kind of people. I'm sharing the dais, and I have my two beautiful daughters. So nothing can be more pleasurable than addressing a women's issue when I am surrounded by 3 women in my house. And that gives me a lot of, sense of security in my house, and that the peace is also very much present in the household. So going forward, as my predecessor, Dr. Umesh Srivastava said, Indian Oil is selling petrol, diesel also, as well as setting up EV charging station. Indian Oil is selling LPG also, as well as now has come up with a solar cooker. So we are at an energy company where there are very diverse kind of experience is there. And I would like to share the experience of PMEY, how the women were taken into the system to make the scheme successful. Before that, I would like to only address that so far, in our organization, we have seen the women employees, it is still less than 10%. Why it is so? Because we have seen up to 10-15 years, they contribute to the company, but afterwards, they become busy with their family life and they cannot progress further, and they compromise their position in the company. So that is one thing we need to address. Really a large company or many small companies, we have to give equal opportunity to both the men as well as the women employees of the organization. Things are changing. Recently we have got the women's reservation bill passed in Parliament for the fairer representation. Now going forward, I would also like to say that women, when they, there is very less kind of disregard is observed when they are giving their best in their whatever they want to do in their life. We have a bottling plant at Leh, which is the highest bottling plant in Asia. And all the line employees are women from the locality. And we didn't have any accident in last 20 years because they do it very sincerely. Their sincerity is beyond doubt. So that way also it gives us a lot of comfort when women representation is increased in a biosphere, in any kind of job we undertake. Now in PMY, our Honorable Prime Minister understood that vision, and then he realized that a woman, when she is cooking, because in village area, the cooking largely happens in firewoods or coal. So it is almost equivalent to taking 200 cigarettes in a day. So that way the health affects. So in order to ensure that the benefit directly goes to the woman of the family, the connection, LPG connection, is given in the name of the woman only, not his husband. And the subsidy also directly goes to the bank account of the woman. That way, how it has helped many of the women to come out of the health issue. They have got plenty of time, because cooking in firewood or cooking in coal is it takes a longer period of time than cooking in gas. So with that time, they can do many other household chores, or they can even go for further education, etc. So that way, our field force that time was advised to go to the villages and conduct panchayats. In village, there is a good system called panchayats. So whatever we say, that communication has to go down the line through the panchayats there. So there, if the panchayat pradhan communicates something to the community, it is most likely get absorbed within the villagers. So there we have chosen our lady officers to go and address the panchayats, and the panchayat, the local village women came, and there the interaction was, more than 100% what we can see in this digital era of communication. It was, there was a live demo how the cylinder to be kept, how the cylinder to be used, how the safety issues to be taken care. And the women were, they are way ahead of the male counterpart in adopting these safe practices. So in this sector also we can see, wherever there is an accident, no female, during normal cooking it doesn't happen. It happens mostly outside when catering is going on, when the cylinder diversion is taking place, those kinds of things, because women are oriented to, naturally born with a lot of pure integration and honesty. So that kind of experience probably we need to bring and propagate more and more, so that women come, and Dr. Thakur has already told that will be the best gift of this century. And India having a population almost 50%, so definitely at least 50% participation in all across the levels has to be from the womanhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumitra ji. And I think the example that you gave of how your company engaged women in play and how flawlessly the entire thing is delivered is only a testimony of when you bring in more women in the segment, how flawlessly things can be executed. And what we are planning in terms of electric cooking and in terms of the newer technology penetration, there's a lot to learn from the way your company has engaged women with respect to LPG. So a lot of models can be implemented and followed upon. With this, I'll move forward to Mr. Shamnil Mukherjee from the Office of PSA, Government of India. First of all, thank you for supporting the platform. I would, and also being one of the long-standing partners for Modern Energy Cooking Services Program in India. Under multiple clean cooking initiatives, our entrepreneurship development program had been supported by the Office of PSA. Currently, we are doing the investor pitching session, and even that, the Office of PSA has helped us in terms of leveraging the Manthan's platform for promoting this thing. So thank you for your continued support, first of all. And there's a lot of work that you are doing with respect to engaging women in other sectors. And if you could give us some, examples of how women can be engaged in the clean cooking sector, and what work your office has been doing with women in renewable energy and other sectors, that will be great. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity and that introduction. And it has been a wonderful journey across with MECS Loughborough University. I believe it started 2 years back, and the journey has been so far. And I think it will improve. It will actually fly out with more wings and with new colors to come, and a lot of scope which I can see today on especially this kind of a forum is that, especially when we talk about women, or for example, clean cooking. So clean cooking and correlating it with women, and I think that what India lacks today is basically lack of access to clean cooking. So this is a very broad spectrum where without inclusion of rural women, and when I talk about rural women, it would mean district-wise what Mr. Soumitra Chakraborty said, and capacity building programs for women in the grassroots levels with community engagements, because this is all about community, and women are the change makers of the community, as we know. So we are, everyone has our women. We have been brought up by our mothers, and we have sisters. So we understand that women does understand better than men. I think there is in fact a social taboo or a colonial aspect of it, that when men cook, they are attributed towards fancy cooking or winning chefs competitions, while women are attributed towards home-based cookings and daily household cookings, which is not correct, because I think although it is factually correct, there is a bigger scope that needs to be seen with women, because they are driving. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ever had Tarla Dalal or people like them born. So I think it is important to recognize and take cognizance of the talents and the skill sets that are existing in the rural community. And since the awareness is already there, it is very critical for all the partners, all the stakeholders to engage jointly, so that women in rural India can be trained, can be reskilled, can be upskilled with those technologies. So OEMs, manufacturers, and of course the skill development people. In fact, NPTI also could play a certain role over there. I'm sure there are already many of such initiatives have been taken by them. So if we could also identify district-wise, area-wise approach in many districts, it would be more sense. We could activate more such areas in the country which are lacking this access. So typically, if I talk about in this space, in fact, a lot of hotels, a lot of restaurants, a lot of in the not only in fact all the food industry people and the stakeholders can be a part of this journey together. Well, I think we have a platform. The Office of Principal Scientific Advisor had launched a platform, Manthan, as she was saying, and we have been taking many of these initiatives from Bamboo Innovation Challenges to other through Finovista, and we have been calling invitations from grassroots innovators and reaching the unreached people and making them part of the journey and enabling them. So here, I think we need to enable more of such people to come and join this program and do it. So we have many programs launched on Manthan, like for women, targeting women, starting with water, women in water. We have felicitated and celebrated about 25 women in water through the partnership with the Consul General of Canada, and Red Dot Foundation actually writes them, and those stories of those women, how their journey has been, is very important also for people to learn. So of course, I think we can do such certain programs. I would recommend the MECS and Finovista and other stakeholders to see how we can build a promote and make a program out of this, and we can identify many others, like there is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. There has been also a forum on chemistry. So if we have done chemistry and we have done water, I think why not clean cooking? That is a very important subject itself. So I think we can definitely take care of it. And the other thing that we need to also do jointly is about the building the infrastructure and the the access, as I said, accessibility. So without the building the grid supply and the power, improving the power capacities, the plants, we won't be able to do penetrate into the rural India with sort of electric cooking. Maybe you can have wood cookings or biofuel cookings. Even bamboo could be actually looked at such a biorenewable resource to harness this. And I'm sure there will be many other. The other month, in fact, I was attending a program which was on medicinal plants and natural resources. So there are hundreds and thousands of natural resources if proper research is done. And through those researches and reports, you will be able to find out what kind of resources are available in India, which could translate into more and more of natural biofuel cookings. So with this, I think we can look forward to the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Somnil. And I think you mentioned the prominent programs that you are doing in other sectors, and I think clean cooking should not be left behind. And we can definitely have initiatives of bringing in more women and encouraging them and having a program around it. With this, I move forward. So Akansha, you represent NRDC, and you as an institution have been engaged into multiple interventions of bringing women in renewable energy sector in the mainstream. And if you could share some learning, some experiences, and also some ideas on which can be implemented in the clean cooking sector, that'll be great.
Thank you, Sheetal, and thank you for having me here. It's a complicated space, I would say, and to answer to your question directly, so we implement a program called Haryali Gram, where we have been working with rural women primarily, looking at how you can empower them to be able to adopt clean technology, clean cooking being one of them. We've been working with about 500 households right now, and what we have seen is that there are 3 key components to anything that needs to be implemented and scaled up. One is policy. You have to have supportive policy mechanisms to see how the entire value chain is taken care of. 2 is finance, of course. What sort of financing tools would work? The socioeconomic structures are very different. The access to credit is a challenge when we go to the rural areas. How do you make sure that finance is available so women specifically are able to make those choices that are needed to be made? And lastly is technology. What we have seen in our experience is that one shoe does not fit all, for sure. India being such a diverse country, you have different geographies, you have different food preferences. If we specifically talk about clean cooking, your food preferences changes, your millets changes, your cooking styles changes. So it's not that one technology would definitely can solve this issue that we're talking about. And there are set of technologies that you'll have to try and see what would work best where. Solar cook stove would work better, say, probably in the northern region, whereas in southern regions you would require something else. What also then becomes very interesting is when we look at the numbers. In our experience, we have seen that about 2/3 of households in rural areas are still very dependent on wood-based cooking solutions. Usually the women are exposed to the pollution levels which are 100 times more than what the WHO recommends, and people living in Delhi are really not very, we all are experienced about how that really feels like. Another number, if I really talk about, is that there is an estimate that says that $4.5 billion would be required annually to make this transition happen, which is a very meager amount of what the environmental costs are if the households remain dependent on the wood-based or charcoal-based cooking solutions. So there are a lot of factors that come in, and all of these needs to be bound together when we talk about these clean technology transitions, and how do we make sure that women are actually brought in the fulcrum of this entire transition that we talk about. Yeah. Thank you.
We also have a program running in many belts in the tribal affected areas and not in red light corridors also, which is known as Women Technology Park, and it is focused around, because the millets was the year of 2023. It is an inclusive program where they are sensitized awareness program, socio-economic, and it works through a blended financing model under special purpose vehicle, and many industries are actually participating. In fact, IBM and many others are actually helping. So I would actually request if many other partners from your side network can also join this program, and clean cooking could be actually taken over there in those districts in small zones. Then I think some impact we could also see in districts like Talcher or Dhenkanal in Odisha, which has fair amount of women who are already working in this millet manufacturing. So noodle making to millet making, and all of it, they have to finally utilize non-fire cooking. So that could actually sensitize and drive a lot of changes.
Yeah, I think the examples that you've given, and of course clean cooking sector can be one of the part of it, and Akansha, as you rightly said, that no one solution is going to fit, and I think that's what we've been hearing since morning as well. I would like to once again go to each one of you and understand from you that if you were to talk about that, what is one of the biggest barriers, and what according to you is one of the suggestions that you will give to engage more women in this sector, what would be that two of the things be?
Barrier, I mean that cost is also one of the component, because electricity availability, we can proudly say in India right now that we have electricity everywhere, but we are not having available electricity for 24/7. So until unless the electricity is available, we cannot go electric without solar support. And if we go for the solar support, the entire cost, which I have seen just now, your product as well as Patanjali product, it's very costly. So we need to come up with the certain plans, how we can help and support for buying these costly solutions for clean cooking. So I think this is the most important barrier. But I am sure that the government is also planning for 24/7 electricity, and we are also promoting and giving a lot of subsidies when consumer would like to become prosumer in future. So that solar rooftop availability is now very common, and a lot of subsidies are given by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So I hope that in future this cost will reduce because of the scale of economy also. So this problem we can tackle very well. Cost is, to my mind, is the first barrier.
And what do you think is one of the models in which we can successfully engage more women in this sector?
Women in the sector, yes, we need to make them aware first that what are the advantages, why they should be there, and with the awareness actually we can encourage them. NPTI is National Power Training Institute, Ministry of Power, apex body for training and capacity building, and we have been running some programs where we are exclusively providing training to the women. And one project I would like to give you as an example, we are training in the South Asia countries, 100 women for 1 year online training program. So 30 women we have selected from India. It was very difficult to select 30. And why we are focusing only on power? Because the representation of women is very less in power sector. Conventionally, always people think that power sector, okay, the men are more capable, but now technology has changed, and we all know that women can take part in any sector. So we are providing this exclusive training for women, and I'm so excited. And ultimately, this 100 women from South Asia, we are taking them for the field visit to Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, where we will provide them certification and field practices. So we are also trying for grassroots level. Yeah. So in the grassroots level also, I am in touch with many industries. If they will guarantee the job employability of the women who are not educated, but they can be trained as a lineman, they can be trained as a smart meter operator or maintenance person, or especially when we are talking about the community decentralized solar things. So can the village women can be given the responsibility for maintenance of their plant. So we need to train them. But if the company is agreed to provide them job guarantee, then only we will train them. So I am in touch with so many organizations who are really willing to provide funding and the guarantee that if we will train the women, they will provide the employability. So this is the way actually we can go forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing. Soumitra ji.
Your question is specific to the women in...
Women, barriers for women to be a part of it, and one of the suggestions that you can give us.
So main barrier is in our mind, that this job can be done only by men. No. As I have given a lot of example, even if in a condition like lay, when the woman can work in the line function, then they can do anything. So basic teaching and giving them the confidence, first of all, it should start with the basic education. So at the primary level, in the school curriculum, the importance of clean cooking, the health benefits, how it can improve their life. Then giving them some of the examples of good entrepreneurship already demonstrated by some women. So they can come out along with a different kind of mindset, and then they can do the wonders. That is my 2 cents, that we should start imparting in school curriculum the importance of clean cooking and how it is going to benefit their health as well as in wealth part.
Thank you. Shomnil and Akanksha, your...
Yeah, so one suggestion I've already given you. So maybe the pain areas that are there and where women, there's a barrier, I would see as my humble thought. And of course, in terms of, making them more aware and conscious, which can start from early age, which could be driven in the schools in rural areas. And similar exhibitions, whatever we are having in this 5-star hotel today across in Delhi, it could be taken with support from across stakeholders to many of these districts and areas. Could be really, really helpful for women to understand the challenges and how industry can support this entire activity. So along with some really good microfinancing or support from there.
Thank you. It's, I think, the most difficult thing to go last when the questions common. But in our experience, what we have seen is that, just to give you a bit of more context, we work with SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association, who do phenomenal work on the ground on building capacity for the women. How to make sure that community, the women community comes together. How do you scale up these interventions? But the major barrier that I agree with ma'am when she says that finance, that becomes a major barrier. Solution to this is also innovation in finance. And I'll take an opportunity to share one experience that we have had is, we were working and taking a cue from the clean cooking that we're talking about. Biogas plants, household biogas plants were costing about 50,000 rupees for a household. Very difficult for a rural household to adopt that technology, even though you see the payback periods, the benefits out of it, all of those things, but the cost of it was a major challenge. And then comes in the carbon markets, and how do you start, leveraging those tools that are available to reduce the cost of biogas plants. Today, under a program, more than 1,000 households have already installed the biogas plants because the innovation was possible. And that's, again, I see as a possible solution to most of the challenges that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. And I think we've got some wonderful suggestions on how we can enable more women participation in this sector. And I think I'll end this up with one single sentence that the first step to solving a problem is to identify and to talk about it. I think that is what we did 2.5 or 3 years ago when we started talking about modern energy-based clean cooking. And I think we've advanced a lot with years, and we'll see a new level when we meet again next year. And the same is with enabling more women in this sector. Thank you so much for being on the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for picking up this beautiful topic. This is something unique.
Thank you.
Them to alter the quality of our lives. In an Indian family, food consumption and its preparation is often an activity that enriches our lives. Induction cooking gains relevance as it places us firmly on the trajectory of achieving. Empowering a nation such as India with its teeming masses calls for development in every aspect of our lives. And energy sustains daily life. With over 1/5 of our population vulnerable to poverty, it is imperative to innovate and introduce energy efficient technologies and adapt to them to alter the quality of our lives. In an Indian family, food consumption and its preparation is often an activity that enriches our lives. Induction cooking gains relevance as it places us firmly on the trajectory of achieving 12 of our Sustainable Development Goals. EESL is introducing electric induction cook stoves at affordable prices. They're safer and better and are a time-efficient substitute to biomass and gas-based cooking. The Government of India is fast-tracking its efforts to explore pathways to accelerate the deployment of energy-efficient, clean and affordable e-cooking solutions. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, initiatives are being taken up for promoting and adopting clean cooking solutions. Considering annual consumption of 8 cylinders per household by switching from LPG PNG to clean cooking, the estimated annual forex savings on LPG import is 6.5 billion Indian rupees, and annual saving from availed subsidy is 1.6 billion Indian rupees, corresponding to the goal of installing 100,000 units. The e-cooking transition must put consumers at the heart of the strategy. The next crucial step is to encourage the widespread adoption of efficient and affordable products. EESL aims to empower each Indian household, contributing to this sustainable developmental trajectory by transforming itself into a pro-planet smart household.
Hi, sorry. For our next session on scaling up of modern energy-based cooking through demand aggregation, I request Mr. Nitin Bhatt, Deputy General Manager EESL, and Mr. Girja Sankar, General Manager EESL, to please come on the stage and lead the discussions. Nitin Bhatt to please take over the session.
Thank you very much, MECS, Finovista. इस रूम में बहुत सारे लोग वो हैं जो कल भी हमारे प्रोग्राम में मौजूद थे, तो मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा कुछ कहने सुनने की गुंजाइश नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं अपनी बात आप तक पहुंचाऊंगा कि कल और आज में स्थिति में ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर आ चुका है। जो पहले 12,000 का ऑर्डर था वो बढ़ के 21,000 हो गया है। अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि 20,000 इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव है, 21,000 का ऑर्डर है, मैं उसको पूरा कैसे करूँ, क्योंकि और डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है। तो जो मेरे इंडस्ट्री के दोस्त बैठे हैं यहाँ पर, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स बैठे हैं, मैं उनसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि प्लीज़ आने वाले जो सैलाब आने वाले ऑर्डर्स का उसके लिए तैयार हो जाएं। अभी कल माननीय मंत्री जी ने बोला था कि जिस लेवल पर LED बल्ब और स्ट्रीट लाइट का प्रोग्राम आगे बढ़ा था, उसी की तर्ज पर इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव का प्रोग्राम भी आगे बढ़ाया जाए। जितने देश के CPSUs हैं उनको बोला गया है कि आने वाले समय में जो दिवाली गिफ्टिंग है या कॉर्पोरेट गिफ्टिंग है, उसमें इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव को इन्वॉल्व किया जाए। इसके साथ साथ देश भर की आंगनवाड़ीज़ जो स्टेट की जो एजेंसीज़ हैं उनके माध्यम से संपर्क कर रही हैं। कुछ मेल्स भी देखे हैं, कुछ मैं देख पाया हूँ, कुछ नहीं देख पाया, क्योंकि कल और आज में केवल 12-14 घंटे का समय ही हमको मिला है। तो फिनोविस्टा जो कि हमको लगातार मदद करता रहा है, उनसे हम मंडे को मीटिंग भी कर रहे हैं और आने वाले दिनों में इस प्रोग्राम को कैसे बड़ा बनाया जाए, इस पर हमारा काम शुरू हो चुका है और आपका सहयोग बहुत ज़रूरी है। मुझे लगता है कल हम आपके प्रश्नों के उत्तर नहीं दे पाए थे क्योंकि बहुत भीड़ भाड़ थी, लेकिन आज ज़रूर हमारे GM साहब भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, हमारी टीम के लोग भी हैं जो दिन रात काम कर रहे हैं। एक और इन्फॉर्मेशन मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि जो कुछ क्वेरीज थी प्री बिड में, उनको सारी की सारी क्वेरीज़ को मैंने लड़ झगड़ के मनवा लिया है। आज अपलोड भी हो गई हैं, चेक कर लीजिए अभी मेरे जाने से पहले। अगर कोई और दिक्कत है तो उसको भी हम आज सॉर्ट आउट कर देंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक प्रोग्राम जो हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं आप लोगों के सहयोग से और विद द ग्रेस ऑफ गॉड, ये एक बड़ा प्रोग्राम बनेगा। और मैं एक छोटा सा एक उदाहरण आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। पिछले 6-8 महीने में गिरजा सर और मैं लगातार लद्दाख के विभिन्न इलाकों में गए, चंतांग गए, जंस्कार गए, नुब्रा गए, लेह के आसपास गए, खारदुंगला गए। हमने देखा कि एक सिलेंडर जो आप अमृतसर से लेह तक पहुंचाते हैं उसकी कॉस्ट लगभग 1200 रुपये पड़ती है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की, 1200 रुपीज़। और वो जब ऊपर जाता है कारगिल पे वो सिलेंडर तो वो जम जाता है और फिर उसको गर्म किया जाता है। गर्म करने के लिए क्या करते हैं, गर्म पानी में डालते हैं। तो कहीं गर्म पानी नहीं है तो वहाँ पे जो हीटर आपने देखा होगा, रूम हीटर जो चलाते हैं, रूम हीटर पास में लगा के, मेरा दोस्त यहाँ पे अतुल बैठा है, अभी दिखाएगा एक फ़ोटो आपको कि किस तरह उसको गर्म करके गैस को पिघालने का डेंजरस काम वहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। पिछली बार मैंने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को बुलाया था EESL ने स्कोप में, तो मैंने वो फोटोग्राफ्स आप लोगों के साथ शेयर किए थे। तो इतनी डेंजरस स्थिति में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, लद्दाख में, कश्मीर के कुछ इलाकों में गैस का उपयोग किया जा रहा है। वहाँ पर ये इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव बहुत बड़ा एक रिलीफ हो सकता है लोगों के लिए, ना केवल कॉस्ट के हिसाब से बल्कि जो डेंजर वो झेल कर खाना पका रहे हैं उसमें आप बहुत बड़ी मदद कर सकते हैं। वहाँ के कई हॉस्टल्स में हम गए, रेजिडेंशियल हॉस्टल्स में, वहाँ पर भी यही स्थिति है। वहाँ पर हम लोग आगे जब बढ़े मोनेस्ट्रीज़ में, जो वहाँ पर बहुत सारी मोनेस्ट्रीज़ हैं, वहाँ के लोगों का एक डेलीगेशन मुझसे मिलने आया पिछली बार जब हम लोग लद्दाख में थे, एक्चुअली लद्दाख के पास नुब्रा में थे। उन्होंने कहा साहब आपका जो इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव का प्रोग्राम है आप कब दोगे हमको कुक स्टोव, हम आपको राइट अवे इतना ऑर्डर दे रहे हैं। तो मैंने इंडस्ट्री से यही रिक्वेस्ट करी थी कि प्लीज़ आप इसकी कॉस्ट कम से कम रखने का प्रयास करें और क्वालिटी को मेंटेन रखें, क्योंकि जो ऑर्डर्स आएंगे उसमें क्वालिटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इसलिए मैंने 2 साल इसके अंदर वारंटी रखी है। इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से था कि सर इसको 1 साल ही रखो, मैंने कहा नहीं भाई 2 साल बहुत ज़रूरी है, हमें मार्केट को जमाना है। जब तक ये मार्केट नहीं जमेगा हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे लगता है अब सर आपसे बात करेंगे, फिर मैं आपके क्वेश्चंस का जवाब ज़रूर दूंगा। इन द मीनवाइल आप में से कोई देख लो कि जो हमने अपलोड किया है उसमें कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Nitin ji, and thanks Finovista and MECS for arranging, I think, very timely this workshop. As yesterday, Government of India has announced this program, so now onus is all of us, and what the Nitin just briefly told about, we have to see how we can able to achieve this large scale deployment, or if this large scale deployment of induction technology will happen, certainly the market transformation will be happen for the clean cooking. So I think taking the clue from the previous speakers, we have to, this induction cook stove, one hope, I think maybe the one option, but we should also see what other options are available, what the product range which can be able to take care about the all type of need of Indian cuisines. So induction cook stove maybe the just start, and this one hope may be flexible to the 2 hope or 3 hope solutions. Also other innovations, whether maybe the requirement of the only the cooked food like the pressure cooker, electric pressure cooker, maybe the other options what the various other innovators are thinking about, and they also come out with the few innovative solutions. EESL is also working on this solar-based clean cooking program. So we also think there may be the other options which may be available, and our entire gamut of the product range should be part of this clean cooking program. So it will take care about the need, the requirement, and the efficiency. So we can able to provide a very better, efficient and the better product according to the need of the kitchen. This is the one aspect. Another aspect, if we see the context of our the 134 crore population, so it may be that we may have the connections of around 30 crores, and mostly about more than 90% is currently on the LPG and the PNG side. So if we able to achieve this, maybe the 20% of this entire this switch over from LPG, PNG to induction cook or other clean cooking devices. So we also see what amount of the funds requirement will be there, what amount of the business opportunity to all of the manufacturers or the solution providers and the other stakeholders which they can also see out. It's not only the induction cook stove, but maybe the entire product range, maybe the solar PV, maybe the batteries, maybe the other clean cooking options which can be think out. So it is a more than, I think, the 10,000 crore business opportunity lies if we only penetrate around 1/4 of this the current LPG or PNG cook stove market. So we have to think about also we can plan our activities so that this market transformation will actually happen. And if this market transformation will happen, then only we can able to reduce down the, I think, the actual carbon emission. Otherwise, currently, if we are using the clean cooking devices, we are only transforming or transporting the emission from kitchen to the plant level. So the city may be cleaner. We have the lesser air pollution in the cities. But if we integrate this with the solar and the other alternative sources, then a real change of this clean emissions will happen and our clean cooking can be achieved. So these aspects we should also be thinking about when we are holistically just addressing all market barriers. One also a major challenge is the awareness. So it may be the awareness not only about the energy saving, but it may be awareness of how the efficient way we can able to cook various cuisines on that. So this aspect also require partnering support from maybe the NGOs, maybe the other supporting organization who can provide the training and capacity building to the Indian households or the Indian who are using this induction or clean cooking devices. So we have to holistically think about what type of the requirement in the market, and we also should maybe take on the priority that different business opportunity will be provided to those partners. So if the demand aggregation is one of the activity, so in the demand aggregations, what Nitinji or the EESL team is doing with the state SDAs, the other stakeholders. So we can also see if the state rural livelihood missions, SRLMs, the SEVA, the NGOs, I think the earlier speaker Akanksha Golcha has mentioned about. So those partners are very, very essential if we want to grab these business opportunity. And training and awareness, we had seen in our, I think the one demo we have done in the this Andaman and Nicobar 2 years back. Atul is part of that team. So the training to the household is one of the essential element in the initial phase. Later on, I think that industry will take care about their part. We also should focus on the financing, how this financing can be, or the transaction cost of the financing can be reduced down. So one of the critical element we are partnering with the MECS is that we are able to create some revolving fund. So this revolving fund will provide support for this large scale deployment. This revolving fund will provide maybe the financing or the investment support to the partners, and that partners, once they deploy and they recoup from the households. So that the fund will again reflow in the revolving fund, and this revolving fund will also may provide business opportunity to the SRLMs, urban and rural livelihood mission partners. Maybe we can think out the other channel partners or maybe the marketing agency. They can also avail the benefits of it. So these are the, I think, the key elements on which EESL is working on, and we may be able out to create this entire, the holistic framework where business opportunity will be available, where this, I think, maybe more penetration activities, these clean cooking devices will be available, and we may also come up with the different product range under this program.
So I think we started with this 20,000 induction cook stove tender. This is just like a pilot. And next 3 months we are planning to launch another tender for 10 lakh induction cook stove. So we are all set to do it very fast. I understand that lunch के बाद का जो session होता है थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है, सब लोगों के लिए नींद आने लगती है, तो हम आपका ज़्यादा समय तो नहीं ख़राब करेंगे. और कोई questions हैं, और हमने जो आपको बोला, what I had said earlier, that all your queries from the pre-bid we had rectified in our tender, and we had postponed the date for 7 days, I think till 10th. So मुझे लगता है जितने भी आपने सुझाव दिए थे वो मैंने सारे शामिल करवा लिए हैं. अगर अभी भी नहीं हुए हैं तो आप बता सकते हैं मुझे. कलरू साहब हो गया? सरदार जी नहीं अभी देखिए आप, ठीक है? नहीं हो तो अतुल को पकड़ लीजिए आज यहीं पे. अतुल को यहीं रखिए जब तक करा नहीं देता काम. तो ये करना है हमको. हम लोगों ने पिछले 50 दिन से कोशिश की है कि कोई भी चीज़ बाकी ना रहे. 1200 वाट का आपने जो बोला था वो भी कर लिया कल्लू साहब. आपने बोला था सरदार जी वो भी कर लिया है, जो आपने 1200 वाट का बोला था वो भी कर लिया है. कंसोर्टियम, को मेकर, सब कुछ कर दिया है, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेशन हो, प्राइजेस कम से कम हो, बेहतर क्वालिटी आप दें, वारंटी दें, सारे प्लेयर्स को लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिले, सब लोग इसमें आए. और मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, कल मंत्री जी बोल रहे थे, उन्होंने बोला कि आप इसको यार 20 लाख तक ही क्यों कर रहे हो, 1 करोड़ क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो. तो हमारे पास कोई जवाब नहीं था, आप समझिए. तो वो किस लेवल पे करना चाहते हैं, मंत्रालय की ओर से फुल कॉपरेशन है. कल मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से सारे टॉप ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, माननीय मंत्री जी मौजूद थे, पूरे कार्यक्रम में वो रुके. उसके बाद उन्होंने बात की कि भाई इस प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ाइए. PSUs को बोला, जो हमारे प्रोमोटर्स हैं उनको भी बोला कि आप EESL की मदद कीजिए. तो अब आपके ऊपर है, हमने सारा काम कर दिया अपनी तरफ का, कुछ बचेगा तो उसके लिए भी हम हाजिर रहेंगे. एनी क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस प्लीज? यस, बताइए. ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन आस्क, बट यू आर आवर पार्टनर. यस, बोलिए प्लीज.
Thank you for the show yesterday, and we see the clear mandate from the government and clear mandate from the top boss. When the minister is saying and saying on the stage that yes, we need to promote electric cooking, and as the situations are improving and all, being a EESL, you are the first person to actually go in a market to the scale which he was mentioning. Now there are lot of devices are there, lot of manufacturers are there who is not able to reach whatever the reason is and all. So how actually EESL is planning to reach to the most of the manufacturers, seeing their devices, which devices are going to work, which devices are not going to work? Can we adopt the regional positions? Maybe that helping you in sales and services. If we have to send the device to Ladakh or Leh, why it is going from Chennai to Ladakh? Why not in that region? And likewise, Gujarat to Gujarat and all. Yeah.
Vimal ji, your question is absolutely correct, and these are some challenges that we are facing from the day one. but from the month of May, we are starting our coordination with the manufacturers. We had done almost 4 rounds of talks with them. As far as the top manufacturers are concerned, we are having our coordination with them through mails and the personal meetings. And there are some small manufacturers or OEMs who are working across the country. उनके लिए हमने आपने देखा होगा कि अपना जो criteria है relax भी किया है, so that they can participate. Number 1. Number 2, what I am planning for next 3 months to have some small exhibitions region wise. Region wise, मान लीजिए अगर एक रीजन है नॉर्थ ईस्ट के पास में जो रीजन है वहाँ पर कर दिया जाए एक एग्जीबिशन, कुछ साउथ इंडिया में कर दिया जाए, कुछ सेंट्रल इंडिया में कर दिया जाए, सो दैट अगर उस रीजन में हमको सप्लाईज़ की ज़रूरत है तो हमको साउथ इंडिया से लाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, सेंट्रल इंडिया का मैन्युफैक्चर ही उसको दे देगा. सो फॉर दैट आई थिंक there are some seminars are needed with the help of SDS, with the help of Finovista MECS. And after that, we are also planning to tie up with the state governments. There are several state governments who are planning to join hand with EESL to accelerate the supply as well as the distribution to the common people who are facing challenges with the LPG cook stove, LPG cylinder supply and all. तो आपकी मदद ज़रूर हम लेंगे इसमें. अगले हफ्ते आप हमसे मिलने आ ही रहे हैं, तो एक बड़ी योजना पर हम काम करते हैं. लेकिन अभी फॉर नेक्स्ट 40 days आई एम प्लानिंग टू जस्ट कि ये टेंडर हमारा सफल हो और उसके बाद एक यूटी में हम लगभग 3000 कल्लू साहब सरदार जी आप ध्यान दें इस पर कि लास्ट वीक ऑफ नवंबर में हम एक यूटी में एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम करने जा रहे हैं जिसमें पावर मिनिस्टर साहब से भी हम आग्रह कर रहे हैं कि वो भी आएँ. 3000 आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स को बुलाकर एक जगह उनको एक साथ इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे. इन फर्स्ट हाफ वी विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दिस 3000 कुक स्टोव टू द आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स, एंड इन सेकेंड हाफ वी आर ऑल्सो प्लानिंग टू ऑर्गेनाइज अ सेशन वेयर द डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन विल बी गिवन टू देम बाय द मैन्युफैक्चरर्स दैट हाउ कैन दे यूज दिस कुक स्टोव वेरी इजीली. इट इज़ वेरी इजी देन कि भाई जिस तरह से आप वैसे दूसरा LPG का कुक स्टोव यूज़ करते हैं उससे भी आसान ये इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव है. तो ये हम सब करने जा रहे हैं और हमारी कोशिश होगी कि अलग अलग SDAs में जाकर एक सेशन हम इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव का भी दें. वी आर ऑल्सो प्लानिंग दैट व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू अवर SDA वी विल प्लान अ स्मॉल सेशन ऑन इंडक्शन कुक स्टोव सो दैट knowledge sharing can be done at regional level. Thank you. तालियां कम है, कोई बात नहीं.
Hi. Hi, I'm from
Yes,
CSC.
gentlemen. I think you are from media, ना?
Sorry, CSC, Center for Science
Okay.
and Environment. मैं कल भी आपको देख रहा था.
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं भी आपको भूला नहीं हूँ.
मैं जानना चाहता था EESL का स्केल अप प्लान क्या है. We have about 300 million households in India. 20,000 से शुरू हो रहा है, कहीं तो स्टार्ट करना है.
हाँ.
बट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, फ्री डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ही है हमारा पाथ. अगर 300 मिलियन हाउसहोल्ड्स को अडॉप्ट करना है तो सब्सिडीज़ कहाँ से आएंगे और डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज़ के साथ हम कैसे प्लान कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक तो मिनिस्ट्री पावर के स्टेट डिस्कॉम्स हैं. आर वी ट्राइंग टू, क्योंकि उनका मुनाफा होने वाला है, राइट. वी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट इलेक्ट्रिक इंडक्शन कुकटॉप्स, दे आर द वंस हु गोइंग टू रीप द प्रॉफिट्स फ्रॉम इंक्रीज यूसेज. सो हाउ आर वी इनेबलिंग स्टेट डिस्कॉम्स टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द लूप? कैन दे प्रोवाइड और बी पार्ट ऑफ subsidies or maybe some schemes to finance in the beginning and electricity bill may add कर ले induction cooktop का charge, and also how are we including Ministry of Finance and Ministry of PNG to leverage जो gas subsidies जो जा रहे हैं, gas की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, right? तो इधर आ सकते हैं क्या वो subsidies? So what is the scale up plan?
देखिए, your questions are very valid and contemporary with the current situation. But it is very early to comment on this. Actually, this first lot of 20,000 cook stove will decide that how we will move in future. देखिए, अभी फर्स्ट फेज़ में जो 20,000 का है उसमें बहुत सारा स्टेट का फंड है, कहीं पर कुछ सब्सिडी है, कहीं पर डायरेक्ट भी हमसे प्रोक्योर किया जा रहा है. लेकिन इट इज़ जस्ट अ पायलट, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री नई है, हमको भी अपने आप को सिद्ध करना है. हमको ये देखना है कि वाकई में जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स की ओर से वारंटी क्लेम की जा रही है, सर्विस क्लेम की जा रही है, वाकई में वो है कि नहीं है. आई एम वेरी फ्रैंक टू यू, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, रेट क्या आता है. देखिए, अगर रेट बहुत ज़्यादा है तो EESL के पास कोई नहीं आएगा. जो भी मैन्युफैक्चरर यहाँ बैठे हैं वो जानते हैं कि अगर बहुत आपकी रेट ज़्यादा है तो फिर कोई मतलब नहीं है इस प्रोग्राम को करने का। तो मैं बार बार आप लोगों को बोल रहा हूँ, अगर इसको स्केल अप करना है तो रेट शुड बी इन कंट्रोल, वारंटी शुड बी देयर एंड सर्विस शुड बी देयर। तो 20,000 के बाद मुझे लगता है कि हम इस हालत में होंगे कि आपके इन सभी सवालों का जवाब दे सकें। और मुझे लगता है कि आपको थोड़ा सा इंतज़ार करना चाहिए। जस्ट वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 40-50 days एंड देन आई विल गेट बैक टू, आवर EESL विल गेट बैक टू एंड आंसर योर ऑल क्वेरीज, क्योंकि वी आर ऑल्सो इन अ लर्निंग फेज। और इस 20,000 से हम कुछ सीख कर आपके पास ज़रूर आएंगे और आपको जवाब देंगे। थैंक यू। यस मैम। Yes, ma'am.
And I have been with MNRE. I superannuated from MNRE. So
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
in the sector for a long time. So we took a small pilot under the Pranab Mukherjee Foundation, in 45 villages of Haryana.
Yes, ma'am.
Where we were introducing clean cooking. Initially, we tried for biomass cook stoves in 5 villages. We gave electric cooking as an option, but biomass stoves were not very popular. Electric cooking was popular. So then when we extrapolated it to 100 villages, but Pranab Mukherjee Foundation said you limit it to 50. So in 50 villages, there were 12,000 households, and Prestige was our, vendor.
Partner, yes.
Yes, and I'm happy to share that we could saturate every household with one electric induction cooking. So there was a subsidy component of about 600 rupees. The cost of the stove was 1,300. 600 was as a CSR which REC gave us. So there was a lot of demand because we had money only for 45-50 villages. We could not go beyond. So I feel once, but along with this, what Prestige did was creating awareness camps, interacting with the women. There was a small entrepreneurship component which we introduced. We introduced 100 rupees per stove to a woman who would go and link up with the other houses. See, your access to the rural houses is very difficult. You have to take permission. Initially, they were saying, "ये तो चूल्हा बेच रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग हमारे गांव में आके?" So you have to connect. The local connect is very important. So that woman entrepreneur, she could make some money out of whatever she connected to us. So that was also very this thing. And the after sale services. Prestige held regular camps, after sale camps. They put up a camp in almost...
साहब आपका काम आसान हो गया है बिल्कुल।
So no, this is when your interventions were, when EESL and Ministry of Power were, since last 2-3 years we've been doing this, we did this project. I gave all these findings to the whichever forum I have been attending. And I said, this is going to be successful, but don't take it as a complete replacement of the stove. Even the biomass chula will be there. The woman of the older woman, she still likes the roti on the open traditional, cook stove. So don't think you're going to...
आपने जो बोला मैम, अभी एक स्टेज से सुबह मुझसे बात हुई। एक कहते हैं भामाशाह हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं राजस्थान में कि जो कल्याण के लिए काम करते हैं, वेलफेयर के लिए काम करते हैं। तो one gentleman from a state called me in the morning, "Sir, I am living in a village after completing my service in some ministry. Now I'm coming back to my village and there are 2,700 households here and I want to distribute 2,700 induction cook stove to each household at my cost."
But don't give free.
No, ma'am, just a minute.
People will put it on top.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Actually, will give it in dowry of the...
so main thing is that as I told you earlier in a question to the that gentleman had asked me, अभी मैम हमारे लिए भी ये नया है, बहुत नया है प्रोग्राम का। आप ये देखिए कि 4 महीने में इन लास्ट 4 months वी आर वर्किंग डे एंड नाइट टू गेट दिस थिंग डन। 3 बार इंडस्ट्री को मैंने बुला के बात किया। शायद मुझे लगता है कि किसी प्रोग्राम में इतना नेगोशिएशन, इतना डेलिब्रेशन नहीं हुआ होगा। इंडस्ट्री को बुलाया, उनसे बात की और जो इंडस्ट्री ने बोला वो सारा स्वीकार कर लिया। शायद आज तक किसी प्रोग्राम में ऐसा हुआ नहीं होगा मैम। तो वो हमने किया, प्लस हमने ये भी किया कि जितने हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं देश में काम कर रहे हैं उन सबको बुलाया जाए, उन सबका पार्टिसिपेशन हो। जब मैडम डिमांड इतनी होगी तो किसी को परेशानी नहीं होगी। जब डिमांड छोटी होती है तब लगता है कि केवल हमको काम मिल जाए, हमको काम मिल जाए। जब हमने in the year 2013, then when we started our program of LED bulb distribution in a University of Puducherry for just 7.5 lakh bulbs. तब लगता था पता नहीं ये प्रोग्राम चलेगा नहीं चलेगा. एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि हम 1 करोड़ बल्ब 1 महीने में बांटते थे. तो उसी लेवल पर इस प्रोग्राम को ले जाना है और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आप जैसे जो एक्सपर्ट हैं जिन्होंने एक काफ़ी लंबे समय तक इस प्रोग्राम को जीवित रखा, एक्चुअली मैं कहूँ, उनकी भी हेल्प हम लेंगे. मैन्युफैक्चरर से भी बात करेंगे, जो हमारी MECS फिनोविस्टा की टीम है उससे भी मदद लेंगे और जो भी हमारी मदद करना चाहेगा उसको सजेशन लेके आगे बढ़ेंगे. Thank you, ma'am.
That's very good. But do you have a carbon finance with it? Have you linked it?
Madam, what I had told you, this is just a beginning. We'll do this first and then we'll get back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nitin sir and Girija sir.
In addition to, I think, just want to, that DISCOM is one of the key partner, because DISCOM not only get the revenue, but they will also ensure that the availability of the power which is required. Second, ma'am, you rightly mentioned that the after-sale service is very, very essential. So it is a good opportunity to, I think, the NGOs. They can develop the business opportunity, and the CSR fund can route to the NGO, not to the EESL or the some profit-making company. Or it also have a good opportunity for the institutes. So academic institute, they can also get a this CSR funding. And with the support of the CSR funding and the other donor agency grant, I think this awareness camp or after-sale service, these type of issues can be addressed in a very streamlined manner. Carbon Finance, EESL is working on this solar induction cook stove program. So that is currently under the, I think, approval process of MNRE. Once that will be streamlined, I think we will get back to the all of you.
Just one point, please ensure that there's a proper connection with the beneficiary in terms of a mobile number or in terms of, so that connect has to be there. The beneficiary should not feel left out. Okay, I have taken this, now I have a problem, where should I go?
Ma'am, actually for that, we are in coordination with the Women and Child Development Department of every state and union territory. We are getting the list from them. They will certify the list and then we'll distribute this cook stove to them. So our process is very foolproof. And whatever we are doing with the help of the local authorities. So there might be very few lapses. Yes, sir. Sir, you had asked something.
I'm really sorry, but this would be the last question that we'll take with the panel, because we're getting late and we are extending a lot with the session. Sir, yeah, last question.
My only suggestion is that why don't you involve the Ministry of Skilling? That will be one of the best part, because it is going to generate economics also for the people, local people. They will be trained, and Skill India is already working on that.
Sir, मैं इसका जवाब देता हूँ सर, एक दो लाइनों से देता हूँ सर.
Just a minute, I am from Green Jobs. So Skill Council for Green Jobs.
एक मिनट सुनिए सर, मैं इसका जवाब कुछ दूसरे तरह से देता हूँ सर. काबे से, कभी बुद्ध कदे से, कभी बज में जाम से, आवाज दे रहा हूँ हर मुकाम से, सबको आवाज दे रहा हूँ, आ जाओ जितने भी लोग हैं.
ऐसे सर आवाज तो हम सरकार में सबको देते हैं, पर आते बहुत कम है.
हैं?
आते बहुत कम है.
सर जो आएंगे वो पाएंगे, नहीं आएंगे तो पीछे रह जाएंगे. अभी हमने टेंडर निकाला, आप लेटर लिखिए, आप मदद कीजिए, हम आपके पास आ जाएंगे. फिनोविस्टा ने हमको बुलाया, हम आए ना यहाँ पर, ऐसा थोड़ी कि नहीं आएंगे. आप भी बुलाइए, हम आएंगे आपके साथ. ठीक है सर, नाराज मत होइए.
One thing, Girija sir, you can explain about the involvement of SRLM, which is a very proven experiment.
So I think it is a live example. 3 years back, we have initiated solar study lab with the IIT Bombay. And it is a very unique device. At that time, I think LED is also in nascent stage and the solar is just gaining the momentum. So it is a 0.5 watt LED, and the deployment strategy is that EESL and IIT had signed the agreement with the SRLMs, and SRLM, their DDs, I think the women help groups, we have provided them the knockdown form of the kits. They assemble the kits. The training will be given to them by the IIT Bombay, and they have distributed. Also, this repair maintenance centers are developed. Their enterprise also developed. You may be heard about this Urja, Ojas. There are other in the Bihar. The good these SRLMs now they are working as a enterprise. So that experience we already have, and certainly we want to look forward for the partnership for the SRLM. I also want to say on this forum, in the, I think this year, the government of UP has get funds of around 600 crore, particularly on the air pollution side. And in the cities, this clean cooking device is very, very well fit in that initiative. So EESL is working with the Ministry of Environment Forest of the government of UP. And we want that this revolving fund part, we will collaborate with them, so they may also provide some sort of the subsidy and the other awareness and related expenditures.
So just I want to add and then finish the discussion because we are getting late. So the discussion Mr. Girja Shankar had, you see one of the two banner will be showing the IIT Bombay Bihar State Livelihood Mission Jivika project, and the team from IIT Bombay is also here. So please see the board what we are doing to promote this cause, and we are already there. So please take advantage of them. And with this we thank you our panelists.
Thank you. We now very quickly move on to the next session. Before that, can we have one photo, please? Thank you. Our next session is highlights of the Cook Clean Pitch Green initiative. In this session, the details of the initiative and the progress made so far would be presented. I invite Mr. Vimal Kumar, MECS India lead and co-founder Finovista, and Ms. Pamli Deka, Regional Coordinator South Asia Private Financial Advisory Network, PFAN, to come on stage and give a glimpse of Cook Clean Pitch Green. Requesting Mr. Vimal Kumar to please.
Yeah, thank you, Satyam. So when we say we are supporting manufacturer, we are working with the manufacturer, we understand that the ecosystem requires a lot of supports. And one of the support which is very, very important, as we businesses know, business require fund. And I often say the fund and the source of fund is completely different. If a machine requires 1 crore of investment, it's require 1 crore of investment. Whether it's coming from debt, equity, promoter, or even selling of promoter's kidney, the machine is a machine, and we require 1 crore. So how actually we can enable our manufacturer, our businesses and all to raise the fund is smooth, efficient and all. And one of the way to raise the fund is equity. And as we know, equity or share market is the most popular. And if I not go in a jargon word equity, but any business which is started from the promoter's investment, the family puts some money, then the promoter generate businesses, and then how equity grows. So equity is your own share in the company. Here we are supporting our great entrepreneurs in the clean cooking area. The data suggests, which Pamela is going to talk in details, the $10 billion is the annual requirement for the clean cooking sector. However, the equity raising is just 2 digits of million. So huge requirement. There is no fund sites and all. So with this, we have actually launched the Cook Clean Pitch Green 2023 to help and support the entrepreneurs to raising the equity fund. And for this, we partner with our ministry, the Principal Scientific Advisor Office and the PFAN for this. And how the program was actually, we launched the program in various energy source for cooking. As we always say that cooking is actually much beyond the electricity and all. So yes, electricity is going to be the primary energy. So yes, we are ready to look into that. Solar powered, yes, hydrogen, biomass, biobase is coming up. LPG, PNG, though it's dying, but if any innovation or any efficiency is coming, and any other modern energy which we are not aware. So we love to hear what are the upcoming technologies and all on that. So we actually look to support a company in 3 stages: idea, prototype, and then the scale-up stage and all. And we invited application from all domains, like it can be the innovator, it can be the SME, it can be the startups and companies and all, and any domain of the current businesses and all. And we did a lot of promotional strategy. We actually did the webinars and all to promote. We approached to the multiple people through the network and all. And we well received 41 applications. So that is the kind of endorsement that why and how this program is needed. Though we were helping the raise in equity, but most of the people are actually, our experts panel felt, and the people actually wanted to get the grant. So that is the one area where we have to look. Nonetheless, we have, since we have talked about going to the equity route, we shortlisted 21 applications. From the 21 application of a stage 1, we able to select 3 companies. From this, I request Pamli to take it from here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Vimal. Thank you for this opportunity. So I'll just quickly, we don't have too much time, so I'll quickly tell about what exactly PFAN is and which might be of interest to other entrepreneurs. I see almost empty house. But that's okay. I think we'll get some tea and get back into for the next session. So in the sense, PFAN is basically Private Financing Advisory Network. It's a global entity. It was created long back in 2006 and headquartered in Vienna. So why was PFAN created is very kind of linked to this, what we're trying to achieve here. So essentially there is a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are trying to figure out how to raise money, how to have a sustainable business model. And then on the other side, there are investors who are trying to look for good ideas and who are trying to understand where is the risk and how to deal with those risks. Because of that gap in between, PFAN comes in, and PFAN provides mentorship support to these startups. Generally, we have been engaging with post-revenue companies. So I think, Vimal, your second stage of companies, right, which are between up to $5 million US. That's basically our sweet spot, because that's where we feel that entrepreneurs can benefit most by working with us. PFAN provides free services to these entrepreneurs because we are supported by bilateral agencies, organizations like DFAT, USAID. And based on the criteria that we have been using to select companies for the purpose of raising equity, we went through this entire list. Again, very promising startups, very promising ideas, a lot of IIT and engineering college-based incubated companies, which gives a lot of confidence about the work that's being done in the space. But obviously, they need a lot more hand-holding and support. So we felt for this particular event, for this particular pitching work, we were more keen to work with companies which are at a kind of a more mature stage, and that includes Simi, Stuv, AgriVijay, and Inclusive Energy. All of them are actually already here. I'm hoping that you all had a chance to go around and see what they are doing. In terms of mentorship, though it was a very limited time, the idea is that, we kind of introduce them to these specific experts and mentors who come with experience of working in the clean cooking space. So we have experts from Bangladesh, from Nepal, and from India who have worked on clean cooking projects in the past, and they're mentoring these companies on a one-to-one basis. So as we speak today, right now, the mentoring services are going on. And finally, for this particular thing, we are trying to kind of prepare them for a mock pitch session, which is, I think, supposed to happen on 10th of November, right? If I'm not wrong. While the idea is not to kind of, commit to any funding at this point, the idea is to introduce these companies to investors and the kind of questions that they ask, because that actually gives them a real life idea of what's happening on the ground, what kind of risks and what kind of opportunities are there for them. And yeah, so generally this is also the work that PFAN does on a regular basis. Yeah, so these are some of the common things that we would look at for any company, including a very important aspect of this, which has been coming up again and again, is the gender component. I think we haven't mentioned it exclusively here, but when we talk about social and environmental impact, there are a lot of gender-based funds nowadays which look at how companies are integrating gender along their value chain, be it in terms of employing people, management, or even the beneficiaries. Social and environmental impact is definitely an important component, and the rest are kind of business as usual things like business models, market fit, etc. So this is a quick kind of snapshot of the mentors that we have. As I said, there are people from all over the country, all over the region, and since PFAN is present globally, we kind of leverage our presence in Africa and other Southeast Asian countries to bring in our expertise when it comes to coaching clean cooking projects. I'm not sure, should we go through these profiles? Because they already are, yeah. So they are very different type of companies. All three are very different. AgriVijay, in fact, PFAN has been working with AgriVijay for some time. It's basically a market platform. It gives an idea about how you can aggregate different renewable energy models and bring them to the same platform, which makes it easily accessible to the rural areas. Inclusive Energy is based out of Bangalore. This is very interesting because they are actually trying to bring in digitization, smart metering into the space, which also helps in connecting with the whole idea of carbon financing, because you can do real-time tracking of how your kind of units are generating or helping in reducing carbon emissions. And there's Simi Cook Stoves. So Simi is actually trying to right now figure out their geographies of focus in India. They have a very interesting gel-based solution, which is used for the stove. It's out there if anyone is interested. One of the coaches which is coaching them is also herself a biomass expert, so we found a very good fit for them as well. So these are the three companies that we are actively coaching, and we are hoping that we'll be continuing to work with them even beyond the pitch day, because not necessarily that these will be able to raise money immediately, but it's a more long-term process, I think, which we'll discuss also in the next session a bit more in detail. So yeah, so this is the initial. I'm hoping that these three companies give us an idea and give us an idea to Finovista and MECS in terms of how such coaching can help companies in the region, in India to begin with, and then obviously Bangladesh, Nepal, and other countries going forward, and how we can kind of build on this partnership to see how this component of equity and commercial funding can play an important role in taking forward these organizations in the future and kind of helping in the energy transition journey. So let me stop there and hand it over to Vimal at this point.
Thank you, Pamli. And we request that all these three companies are already here. They are showcasing their devices. Their promoters are here. So we invite all of you to interact with these companies. Some of the companies are really very, very interesting. And please feel free to interact, connect with them. Yeah. So thank you with this.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick photo, please, both of you. Where's the cameraman? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think the video and. Thank you so much. Yeah, so availability of clean cooking facility for all is recognized as a critical cross-sectional development issue. The benefits are numerous, particularly for public health, women's productivity and empowerment, and the environment. However, despite lots of evidences produced by researchers, reality is that progress of clean cooking access has been too slow. It is accepted that achieving universal access to clean cooking will require funding sources beyond traditional public investment. To further discuss on the same, I would like to invite the session chair, Mr. Deepak Gupta, Senior Vice President, Carbon Business Renew, and the panelist, Ms. Pamli Deka, again, Regional Coordinator, South Asia Private Financing Advisory Network, Mr. Vimal Kumar, MECS India Lead and Co-Founder Finovista, Mr. K.N. Hemant Kumar, Director, International Copper Association, India, Ms. Meredith Mathoni Najinga, Head of Electric Finance, Burn Manufacturing. Please come on the stage.
Thank you. Very good evening. And I'm glad to be here. Thanks to MECS and Finovista for inviting me and for having actually all of us on this very relevant discussion. Just like the MC currently presented the problem as well as the challenge of the problem, which is the investment. So, but before we get into the content, maybe I can introduce myself, and then I request other colleagues on the panel to also quickly introduce themselves. So I work with a company called Renew. I head carbon business over there. We are the largest, historically we are the largest renewable energy company in India, having a portfolio of more than 10,000 megawatt of solar, wind and hydro assets. We are now into what we call carbon business, but that's not just business. We are trying to get into areas which make impact beyond renewable energy. And we see cooking as a major intervention, clean cooking as a major intervention. We have already distributed close to 100,000 cook stoves in different parts of India. And in fact, we have also made an investment in Africa, in African clean cooking space. So to that extent, we see clean cooking as a very significant intervention, which is desirable from environmental, social, and decarbonization standpoint. Having said that, I am glad that I'm joined by a very, very esteemed panel to whom I'd call upon one by one, and with a request that if they can, one, very quickly introduce themselves, but also place on the table which company they come from and what is the relevance of clean cooking to their organization or themselves. So, and I'll start with Merit on my left-hand side to start with her introduction.
Thank you. So I'm Meredith Mudhoni, Head of Electric Finance at Burn Manufacturing. I lead the strategy and financing for the electric cooking product line. And at Burn, we've been in the clean cooking business for more than a decade, and we manufacture and distribute an array of cook stoves from wood, charcoal, LPG, and now we just recently launched an electric line that we think is the transition to clean cooking that's suitable for Africa and also for Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Meredith. Hemant.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am Hemant Kumar. I'm heading Net Zero Building Initiative of International Copper Association India. So what we see, cooking is energy intensive within a building. So how net zero objective is being achieved. So electrification of cooking is one of the way where we can see net zero objective can be met in the kitchen area. So we thought of doing a program around it. So we are a not-for-profit organization supporting various initiatives across India.
Thank you, Hemant. Pamli, I know you have already introduced, but still.
Yeah, so quickly, basically, I am part of the PFAN network in South Asia. I'm the regional coordinator here. So essentially, I work across 4 countries, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. I think all of them are very relevant from today's discussion. And basically, the way we work is every country has a country coordinator. So these are all my team members and this expert network member panel, which come with different sets of expertise. Clean cooking has been an integral part of PFAN's kind of portfolio. But interestingly enough, we haven't seen a lot of clean cooking companies coming to us, which might be linked also to the kind of funding that they look for, because PFAN is generally working on commercial funding, debt and equity, and not grants. And as we discussed today, there's a lot of grant seeking in this space. But I think it's the right time for us to again kind of come back. And right now we are coaching separately around 4 or 5 companies, which I'll talk about them in the panel today, for raising commercial funds at this point.
Thank you, Pamli. Vimal.
Thank you. All know my name. So just I am Vimal Kumar. I'm leading the MECS program in India. Just I want to say thank you to the organization, including myself. So in our panel, we have the most women, and fortunately, some of the panelists mentioned in the morning that women are more resilient. I can see that now the most faces are women. So I'm very, very much happy with this. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vimal. So Vimal, maybe, I'll start with you because you thanked yourself as an organizer, but also as someone who has been researching, who has been keenly looking at this topic of clean cooking. And this panel is all about, this discussion is all about investments in the space. So basis your research, what are your findings as to being major bottlenecks to commercial financing in clean cooking space? And and which are the ones which you feel are addressable, and which are the ones so far you have been able to not find addressable at all?
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. So in a clean cooking space, this sector is very, very, very small. Mostly the very small size company, maybe 1 crore, 2 crores turnover are there, which is a typical MSME. Then we have a very large company like Panasonic, Butterfly and all, which is a really very large. They don't require support and all. So, and then, and we thankful that kind of AgriVijay and Inclusive Energy, these kind of new generation startups are coming. So the area is really very vast, very challenging. If you talk about the SME, the best instrument for MSME, especially the Indian sets up as MSME, they should be looking for bank finance for their working capital and therefore the term loan requirement. However, their balance sheets are not aligning with the bank requirement, typical Indian banks, what they look into. So that is the one area where that the sector is not recognized and the sector has own challenges. So banks should be slightly better in evaluating those. Coming to the startups and all, startups are facing a big challenge as the technology has not shown a great requirement in the market. They have to push their product day in, day out. Somebody is selling the solar, somebody electric, somebody the biogas and all. Costs are very high, so there is very less business, so there is very less funders who want to come and on. And for the equity side, again, these startups or these company actually go, as we know, the typical MSME may not be suitable for the equity. So that is those big challenges. Traditionally, clean cooking company were able to raise grants and subsidies. But again, this is non-sustainable in a long run, as we are hearing since morning. We have to look for the business model and all. So definitely we have to look for the business model, and the business model will actually leverage the finance. So these are my inputs, and in the last I will talk what other various options are there. So hope I'm able to answer this. Yeah.
So Vimal, while you have mentioned organization level funding, but to me it seems there are multiple levels at which money is required. So one, money is required for some of these so-called startups to scale their operations. But I think you mentioned that at least there are still some large players who do not require or who are not devoid of funding, the kind of Panasonics of the world, or even I would say some other organizations. So that means products are available to a large extent in open market space. Even when we may not have multiple options, but some products are available. Then there is potentially funding required at household level to be able to buy those products. And there would be resource requirement at household level to continue to use those products, because those products are inherently OPEX heavy compared to some of the current practices being used. So I think in your narrative, you have touched upon just the first leg, which is where funding is available or not available to entrepreneurs to make products available. Any thoughts on the second leg and the third leg of funding?
Yeah, second and third leg is very, very interesting topic for me. I think we all went to the shopping mall and we know one company, at least Bajaj Finance. And I think most of us would be the Bajaj Finance customer. Do you know they are the largest profitable company in this space, and what they do? They fund 5,000 worth of device, 10,000 worth of device, and people like us also require our mobile phone, our TV to be financed and all. Whenever we are talking buying phone worth 20,000, 50,000 worth TV or so, we require a finance. Whenever we talk about buying a 2,000 worth of device by the poor and all, we always say why they require the finance. But our income level versus their income level and all, it's a big difference. So consumer finance is the one area where actually untouched, untapped market. I will give another example. We all buy cars. All the big OEM, we call it OEM in their jargons, all the OEM have their own NBFC, whether it's a Mercedes selling the car, the Mercedes has the Mercedes Financial Services, or Tata Financial Services, or even the Bajaj kind of and all. So finance is the most important to taking the product to the consumer, and that is called consumer finance, or car loan and all. So this is the one leg of finance which actually from the manufacturer to the customer door, the finance get involved. Manufacturer is getting the payment on the right point of time, and the manufacturer are not able to sell the product in credit. So that is another sweet spot for the manufacturer. And then the risk of the product is actually shifted to the consumer. And the consumer and the banker relationships. Banker are strong in financing. Now coming to the second level, which is called vendor finance. So normally in the vendor finance, what happened that let's say manufacturer A want to manufacture their product. They take some raw money for the raw material, some money for the processing time, then they have to put to the godowns and then end godowns and all. This require huge capital blocking and all. That is another big area where you would require the finance. And this is the typical working capital finance. Without that is a lifeline, it's just a blood. Your entire human body is capex, which is like a machine, but you need a blood to run your operation on daily basis. So that blood actually can come from the vendor finance. And nowadays that on the vendor finance and dealer finance, there are several instruments are there. Now there are several startups like Cash Invoice and all, they are actually coming and filling this space. So yes, it is a very important and opportunity is there. And whatever the Deepak is mentioning, for me it's a debt. So debt is heavily regularized by the Reserve Bank of India. So it is a very much localized product, local, but yet very relevant. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. So I think at least you covered the second leg, but I'll not come back to you for the third leg because again, what you refer to as equipment finance. So probably for a consumer to be able to seek debt or consumer finance for a product, number one, they have to have confidence in that product. And number two, they have to have very clear usability of that product in their mind, because when someone buys a car or even a bicycle, they already have a very clear use case established, and therefore they're willing to pay for it. So probably those are some of the areas even to get to second leg. But then the third leg, which I said is also important, is once they buy the product, there is a continued operational expenditure on that product. So I'll not come to you for that, sorry Vimal. Maybe I'll move to Meredith, because Bern has used some innovative models in African context to really look at the second as well as the third leg, which is the equipment financing, but also a continued usage of those equipment in the clean cooking space. Would you like to share with us your experience on that side?
Yeah, sure. So on those two layers, like for the first one to finance, especially now for electric cook stoves that tend to be more expensive, one thing that we've been able to do successfully for our biomass stoves, and we'll do the same and are doing the same for electric, is using carbon financing. So we've been successfully able to raise close to $45 million so far in carbon project financing that helps us subsidize the cost of the stove upfront. So one example is our wood stove that would retail for close to $40. Through carbon financing, we give it to the customer at $3 or $5. So that just makes a huge difference in making it more affordable. And for the electric cook stoves, we're going to use the same model, but one other thing we've added is pay-as-you-cook financing. So they pay a small deposit and then weekly payments for less than a year, and they fully own the system. So that's also made it more affordable for the households. Now, for the third layer, where we want to continue to help this household cook with the new technology, especially for electric, what we're looking to do is also use the same carbon structure to subsidize the cost of cooking in the long term. So as this person is cooking, because it is a meter device, we can tell how much energy they're using, what the carbon offset is, and we can be able to measure how much can we give back to this particular household so that they can continue cooking and make it even more affordable. So if they were spending maybe $2 a week on electricity, we could make that $1 or $1.50 to incentivize that transition even further.
That's very interesting, Meredith. And is this model, you feel, sustainable considering the way carbon markets have evolved, particularly in last, I would say, 6 months or a year? And how do you see those things evolving beyond? And just to provide some context, so what has happened over last 6 months or so in carbon market is the there have been a lot of questions about additionality of clean cooking projects globally, not just Africa, not just burn projects, every project across the globe. And there have been a lot of methodological changes proposed which intend to use the number of credits issued per cook stove. And therefore, there is also a sharp decline in prices reported in the market for even every credit. So amidst those conditions, Meredith, like, do you think this will, like, how do you react to that reality over the last 6 months?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the main challenges that's also led to that is we've been over-relying on private sector finance for the carbon market segment. And I think it's time that we look at more development finance and public institutions to step in, especially at this point in time. So in that context, one problem with the market is that it doesn't incentivize or reward any company that's invested in digital monitoring or verification to make sure we are generating a high quality integrity credit. So you'd find we'll sell our credits at the same price as technology that's not as superior to what we are providing to the market, yet we are incurring the costs of providing such quality technology. So one thing we think that could support right now, especially in the interim, is if we could have more development finance, public finance, give sort of concessional, really cheap carbon project financing debt in the interim as the private sector improves. And this will be very helpful because, you know, private sector are so driven by their return expectations, and they need to meet returns to their investors. But you see, for public finance, the driver is different. It's impact focused. So if we could focus on the impact that we want to make on women's lives, on the health of our children, and put that aside in the interim to drive the transition.
Thanks. This is helpful. So I think, Bharat, what you are, the way I read it, you are saying is that commercial finance is important, but it has to be leveraged. And development financial institutions, public financial institutions probably need to play a role of being that bridge so that the commercial risks are reduced and such upheavals in the market can be managed with some of those non-commercial sources of funding. Is that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So in fact, that's a good segue to move to Pamela, you, because that's exactly what you people do. So any reactions to or any learnings from elsewhere in the world, or closer home on particularly clean cooking space, or somewhat similar ecosystem that can be used in this context, Pamela?
Yeah, so when I talk about clean cooking, the whole kind of the whole gamut of thing comes to my mind. So one way is to categorize that consumer financing, enterprise financing. The other way to look at it is basically at what stage we are talking about the requirement of financing. For example, initially when the whole clean cooking sector was coming up, or the e-vehicle sector has been coming up, the first stage was R&D. There was a lot of time, a lot of kind of slow development which has been happening, which has led to this revolution, is the initial R&D kind of phase where we have seen that there's a very limited role that commercial funders can play. So it has to be mostly some kind of grant, it has to be developmental financing with no kind of expectation on returns on investment. So that's a big chunk of money, which I think this sector still requires. We have not got over that stage that, you know, we can say that all R&D has been done. Then comes the next stage where, you know, you have companies which are manufacturing these cook stoves, the ones that we are seeing outside, whatever be the fuel source. It can be biogas, it can be solar, it can be electric, but at the same time, they have a very kind of a different requirement. So within that, we are coaching a few companies. There's one company in Nepal. But for that company also, for example, we have been working with them. There's a lot of grant component that's involved. And there's a bit of debt, working capital debt, with a lot of kind of persuasion and a lot of patience that working capital debt has been raised, and it has not been easy. Particularly in a market like Nepal, where there's a liquidity crisis and where not all companies are aware of the kind of documentation collateral which is required. Then we are working with another company called ATEC in Cambodia, which is pretty famous, in fact, because they have already done their Series A fundraise. I think overall they have raised around 3.5 million in equity. But they also started with, you know, a seed funding from Google and SNB. So again, that seed funding had an important role to play. So right now, in 2017, they did their Series A. Again, a pay-as-you-go model, very similar to kind of what Bern is talking. They have a biodigester plus an induction cook stove. So the whole kind of solution is being put in front of the consumer. So now with multiple years of experience and several rounds of kind of experience with fundraising, they have been able to now move towards the Series B. So we continue to work with them. That's definitely a success story, and I think it would be a good example to also share with MECS in the Indian context to see how we can learn from that. And then there are very smaller companies, like there's a company called Kea Retainer Cookstoves in Bangladesh, which is basically actually looking a lot at the voluntary carbon market to subsidize the cost of the solution that they're trying to offer. But they're also in a very initial stage. So this is the whole manufacturing gamut. And then there is the whole category on which works on providing the fuel itself. So the fuel could be solar from the mini grid, it could be a biogas digester. So there the funding is very similar to what any kind of clean tech or climate change company would be looking at. It could be a mix of equity and debt, it could be kind of pure debt to begin with, but it's very similar challenges that we have been facing there as well. But I wouldn't say that they cater only to clean energy, clean cooking, they cater to almost everything which is required in the rural context. And then finally, there's an interesting category of companies that we are working with, these are the microfinancing institutions themselves. So for example, in Nepal, there's a company called SKBBL. They provide microfinancing for various different things, including helping in penetration of clean cookstoves in the Nepal market. So right now we are working with them to raise debt from the Nepal market. Definitely, again, not easy given the situation, but this is funding for the financiers themselves, which cannot be ignored. I mean, they are trying to provide the microfinancing, but they themselves are facing issues in raising the money. So these are different examples. I think we will get to see about how they kind of develop over the next few years with the focus particularly on clean cooking. But I tried to bring these examples from across in the region because there is a lot of learning there that we can kind of pick and bring into India. Let me pause there, Deepak.
Sure. This is actually very exciting to see that a lot of things are already going on, or a lot of relevant experiences and examples are there around, like nearby, near home. But in terms of next steps, family, do you have any clear sense of sort of visibility as to over next, let's say 6 months to 2 years, and I'm putting a little longer time frame. Where do you see, or what all you see PFAN doing, and how do you see this modern clean energy cooking market shaping up, at least for India? So just to repeat, what is it that PFAN will be doing, and how do you see the market shaping up because of that or sans that?
No, I think one important thing that entities like PFAN have need to do is investor education. So along with kind of educating the entrepreneur on what kind of pitch decks they should prepare, what kind of risk factors that they should look at, on the other side, we also try to work with investors to educate them about what is the technology, what is the solution, how can it be beneficial. So for example, right now we are very actively working with investors to educate them on the adaptation space, which is, I would say there's a bit of similarity because there also there's a lot of talk about carbon financing, a lot of kind of future revenues-based kind of models. So there's a lot of, I would not just say PFAN, this whole category of organizations, incubators, they have an important role to educate the investors. So there could be different classes of investors at different stages. There could be HNIs, there could be philanthropies. Just recently there's a report which came out which talks about how the Kamath brothers are putting a lot of money in the clean space, right? So I don't think any of these investors have been targeted specifically to focus on clean cooking as such. There's overall the climate agenda, but clean cooking as an agenda itself doesn't seem to be out there. I mean, very obvious. Though that sector has been present forever. So I think as PFAN and as kind of, and it's more easier to kind of have a consortium to deal with these things. So for example, PFAN goes with MECS to kind of educate the investors. That's definitely something that we have been thinking about through investor roundtables, etc. And other than that, I think the other important thing is how we can de-risk these businesses. So one important thing that we want to do with all the companies we are working with MECS is actually see them through the whole fundraising experience to see what works and what doesn't work, given that they are different stages. So for example, things like, can we look at specific set of investors? So for example, if you are going to an impact investor, they will look at the livelihood angle, the gender angle, the carbon financing angle, in addition to the business model and all that stuff. So there's one thing that also we understand and believe in is there's a lot of learning from the past. So for example, if you look at numbers, 80% of households have LPG cylinders, but from what I understand, that 67% still continue to use biomass or some traditional source, which implies that, despite the subsidies, despite kind of penetrating the market, there are still challenges with respect to sustaining those solutions. We should make sure that we don't repeat the same mistake, that we penetrate the market with these solutions, but then we are unable to maintain them sustainably. And that's linked to the fact that, we need to build that investor confidence by showing that these are sustainable models. So these are, I think, some of the things that we will have to iterate and work on as we move forward.
Thanks. In fact, when you said this example of LPG being there, that's an interesting, and that's where the third leg I've been insisting and reinforcing that it's not just about availability. What we are also finding when we are going to rural areas, they do not have enough resources to continue to buy those cylinders. So far what I've heard on this panel and even since morning, which is very interesting, is equipment financing, OEM financing, vendor financing, but I'm still yet to find an answer to the question of how do we intend to support user who may not have enough money to pay for the fuel, whether that fuel be LPG or that fuel be electricity or that fuel be bioethanol. Only where they sort of put one, I think, good point that probably carbon financing can pay for half of the cost or some cost, but not necessarily full cost. And I think that's also an important element, Vimal, for the MECS program to get into, if already not. But while making that statement, let me also move to Hemant, you. I think you mentioned in one of the conversation a program that you people are planning and designing for India, so it would be useful to know about that program.
Absolutely. Thanks, Deepak.
So, I'm sorry if you can also contextualize your program in some of the things that you just heard.
Yeah. So most of the points have been covered over here. The major thing with reference to the the cooking assets. So we tried to bring net zero objective over here. So that's where, like, what should be the fuel type to be used. So there we thought of bringing in a solar rooftop based system, integrating with the electric cooking, induction cooking. So here with EESL we have been working closely for developing a program around it, wherein we worked for the two kind of models. One is with the rural area and one is for the urban area. In the rural areas, what we have seen challenges is if it is grid connected or off grid connected, how do we take it up. So some places we have gone into interiors of UP state where there are intermittent power coming to that villages. So we thought of going ahead with one model where we bring in a solar rooftop, have a kind of a battery connected to it, and it itself sustainable enough to go forward. So one model we came out with for the urban areas, wherein you have to wherever solar rooftop is going in, so if they want to buy that, they can be given this an additional induction cooking, so that the net zero objective is met with that. So these two kind of broad objective, we have been working closely there, and we have in fact to the ministry we have given this sort of a scheme to them. So broadly two things came out of it. So is now thinking broadly, if any solar rooftop procurement is going to happen, there they will be giving one induction cook stove along with it. So with a part of that subsidy program, they wanted to integrate it. One thought is thought is going around it, where in the urban areas solar rooftop is going, so let us add this part to it. The next is with the battery, without battery for the rural areas, how do we take it up. So these two programs are going to happen. So when it comes to with battery, the cost of each system is going around 70,000-80,000 nearing 2 lakh. So which is around let's say in dollar term $1,000 around plus. So this high cost was one of the major issues. So how do we ensure this initial high cost can be met? So there the integrating various subsidies was one of the concept we thought. One is to bring in the solar rooftop subsidy. The central government gives, MNRE gives the solar rooftop subsidy. So integrate that subsidy portion, which is around 40% of the total cost coming in. Then we bring in the carbon finance, what we discussed now, bring in the carbon finance factor to it. And there is another viability gap funding and an individual paying for it. So with all this together, we wanted to bring it. So again, going into the interiors, there are certain other subsidies which are being given to the rural areas through Prime Minister programs, again SCST programs. So there are various subsidies. So in this program, we are trying to integrate that and make it viable to go forward. Again, when we came to the carbon financing, we had certain hurdles to understand what sort of carbon credits, and in terms of rupees, how much it will be. So there again, there was many questions. Some are renewable biomass going in, non-renewable biomass, that is like the dried or a dead wood, what we call. So that is being used for cooking in some areas. So that is not, carbon credits are not being given to that. Again, that was one of the big thought coming in. So how do we get carbon credits? So which are the areas where we can get carbon credits within this? Like they do have, agricultural area. There is a lot of residue coming out of it. So where, what do you do with that? So for which, they are not getting the carbon credit. So only the wood which is green, if they cut it, they have fire, the carbon credits related to that is only considered into it. So these are certain challenges which we need to look into, which we need to learn from other countries, so maybe other regions maybe, with reference to the carbon finance as such, and how we integrate it with all other subsidies together to make it a larger program altogether.
Thanks for this very detailed input, Hemant. So I think maybe I'll come to you, Marit. I'm sounding you ahead of time after my comment. So this carbon finance is a very seemingly good way to support clean energy access at scale. But what I believe is it requires a few things to be looked at differently and a few questions to be answered, and also the buyer of credit to start looking at this sector far more differently than how they have been looking at. So if I can place some numbers on the table for audience and for my co-panel members. So typically carbon removal credits in the market, you can even sell at $1,000 to a ton of carbon from engineered removal. Slightly less technology intensive, again removal credits are $150 or thereabouts. And again, these are without, or with a lot of disclaimer, I'm saying all these numbers, no one should decide basis these numbers. Nature-based removal solutions are closer to $50, but when it comes to clean cooking solution credits, typically numbers that are talked about are best case scenario, lower teens to higher teens max. So why should there be this discrepancy when actually fact remains that clean cooking is actually not just avoiding carbon, it is actually also leading to so many other cross-sectoral problems being resolved at once. And maybe I said I'll come back to you because you said you have been in this space for 10 years or so as a company. So have you, has Bern taken up any initiative with the potential buyers to take up this issue, and have you heard any views that are relevant to this conversation?
Yeah, maybe to start off on that, just like any other market, prices is really demand and supply. So it's not something that we could determine per se, or we could try and forecast and predict to some extent. But one thing we're seeing is to help inform how to price that credit, we look at what does it cost to get that credit. So in terms of providing this technology to that household, making sure that we get it to them to their doorstep, making sure we're able to monitor digitally and track what is that total cost. And that forms some form of basis on what price would make sense to trade this credit at. And keeping in mind and what I talked about earlier on subsidizing the cost of cooking in the longer term, because one challenge with many African countries is the cost of electricity is high for the households. So you'd find charcoal and wood are significantly cheaper than paying for electricity. So that's one thing that's very key and important. So even factoring in how much we would be able to subsidize using these credits would help inform the price. And looking at all these different levers, private sector just needs to appreciate that it's beyond getting a certain fixed return, because there's always that fixed return in your mind, but with the money that I'm using or investing, what impact am I creating? So it's also about finding the right investor that does understand the mechanics of the whole system. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll just cite an example over here. So renewable ecosystem, which at least as a company we understand well. When we started in 2011, raising funding even for renewable energy ecosystem was difficult. But since then, the ecosystem has evolved a lot. At Renew itself, we have been able to raise something close to $10 billion over last 10, 11 years of our existence. That means the sector, and we are about 10% of India's renewable energy ecosystem. So that means as a sector, India has been able to raise something of the sort of $100 billion worth of funding in last 10, 11 years. So Bharat, to your point that investors have to understand, I think you are right, investors don't understand, but I would not say they don't understand. They are able to put a premium to these kind of investments, but at the end of the day, they do care about returns as commercial investors. And to that extent, I think to the earlier point you made, that development financial institutions, public financial institutions would have to play the role of being that bridge. Has to be there, and in fact, I would put it here, but again, we'll seek Vimal yours and Pamela yours input. My sense is buyers of credits and also other stakeholders, like for example, Government of India recently launched another scheme called Green Credit Scheme. And my sense is that intent of that entire scheme is to provide value to such interventions and investments which provide something beyond carbon. So maybe I'm coming first to you, Vimal, to say whether you see green credits kind of scheme playing some role in enhancing investment in clean cooking space in India, number one, and number two, like, is there anything that as program MECS is doing to actually make credit or carbon credit buyers aware that this investment is actually almost as good or actually better than some of the carbon removal investments or carbon removal credits that they are willing to buy at anywhere between $150 to $1,000, and therefore at least they should be willing to shell out something like $50 or $40 for these kind of credits.
So, Deepak, as we MECS program, we are very much concerned about the capex and opex cost, as we believe that it is yet to done a lot on terms of. So in the morning, I introduced the concept called Let's Bet. Bet means behavior, economy, and technology. So we are lacking in all these three. As a MECS program, we understand that value of carbon finance. We started talking about 2 years ago. MECS program, along with the gold standard, we brought the concept of digitize carbon finance, and some of the companies are also displaying that. Earlier that carbon finance, or till now, carbon finance is only available to the improved cook stoves, which is monitoring is very, very challenging. The solar cooking, especially in the terms of PV based or battery based cooking or electric cooking, nobody has tried yet anywhere in the world. There is some development is going on. So with the MECS and gold standard, they launched this program, and happy to share that one of our supported company called ATIC, she was also mentioning that. So ATIC has come out with a very innovative solution, and some of the manufacturer here, they are making the digitized induction cook stoves and all, where it's a very easy to monitor each and every carbon. So carbon prices, as Simon also mentioned in the morning, it's come down to as low as $2 also. Higher, we don't have the data. However, post University of California report, which came 3-4 months ago, which some of the improved cooktop company claim over 6 times of what actual they were removing. So it was the very hue and cry market and all. Now everybody is moving to the digitized version. In the digitized version, what we heard, if I don't want to quote the number or not, but because we have a lot of confidential data with us, but it is going very upward direction and all. That's number one. Number two, on the making devices affordable, MECS program always feel that if carbon is the solution, so carbon companies should pass back some of the money to the user so they can be using. How we are getting a carbon? So it is not like I have given the device to somebody and then you can get the carbon. If I have given the device and device user has to use that device, then I can only able to claim the credit. So ATEC is our supported company, which actually passing back 70% of the carbon money to the user. So it is actually making it affordable, and it is making everybody party to that. In India also, we have provided a lot of data to the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We are also seeing that it should come prominently in the identified technology. It can part of the government, it can be part of the VCS, compulsory regime. So the cost will go very high. I don't see why this, since morning we talk about almost, this is the one sector which can involve at least 7 to 10 SDGs. Actually, the value should go really very high, but it is not happening. So yes, we as a ecosystem, we should actually look how we can get $100, $200, why not? It's impacting the child and woman. It's impacting the growth of humanity also. If a woman is not healthy, how she can produce a good child and all? And if the kids are actually roaming around in the dirty smoke and all, their mind will not grow. So we as a humanity will not grow. In terms of energy, in terms of work, in terms of equality, we have a lot of data that if the electric cooking is coming, a lot of male will start coming in the kitchen. So it is actually one area where you can impact more. But yes, as a we suggest as a carbon companies or the big players and all and the smaller players, kindly look into it, how we can actually give the benefit to the user also, and why not the carbon buyers? So we have a lot of dirty carbon generator company. We can actually convince those people that look, this is the best carbon you can able to get anywhere in the world. And in India, you have all sets of geography. You have a mountains, you have a forest, you have a sea coast and all. So and we have a deserts and all. So you have a various quality of carbon in terms of reduction, removal and all, where buyers can pay the money. Yeah.
I would like to add one thing actually. So generally what we have steered clear of is a company which comes to us and says that my only source of revenue will be carbon revenues. Those are a bit dangerous because their sustainability becomes a question mark. Essentially you don't have your business model in place apart from just carbon revenues. And honestly speaking, at this point, the future of the carbon market, as you said, is not like very clear. Depends also on what buyers are we talking about. Are we talking about the dirty, I mean, I myself, I'm from the oil and gas industry background, but are we talking about the Shells and the VGs or any oil and gas company for that matter, which are doing a great job, but do you as a, I mean, there's also an ethical question, I'm sorry I'm putting in that philosophical question, but we as incubators or as organizations which are promoting this particular carbon financing, we also have to be clear that are we in the long term causing more harm? Or you know, we are looking at a more short-term benefit to, you know, and which we know in the long term may not be that sustainable, given the question marks which are coming up. So we definitely do not work with a company which will say carbon financing is my only source of financing, carbon revenues is my only source of revenues. It can be a small part of the larger kind of set of activities. The other thing is we've seen there's a lot of cost involved. So a small company which is just starting up, it cannot really go through the whole process of accreditation and, you know, trying to figure out how much money that they can be earning. One option which I don't know can be considered, or I don't know how if MECS can think of, is can we aggregate these lot of small companies to come together, which reduces their cost of, you know, leveraging carbon financing, and kind of also help in getting access to credible buyers who in the long term will actually help them in transitioning, help the whole kind of transition towards a cleaner energy kind of future. So that's something that was there in my mind. I just wanted to put it on the kind of table for MECS.
Thanks, Pamli. So maybe if in the audience anyone has any questions or comments for any one of us.
It's indeed a nice interaction in the panelist. My concern to you is that the MNRE has put lot of issues in the latest convocation in Vigyan Bhavan, that the carbon net zero target by 2050 and 2070, what they have mean it. Do you feel that this target could be a achievable target? And if it is so, how it go far actually? Your comments, please. Thank you.
I mean, while I think the question is beyond the syllabus of the panel, but at the same time, each one of us have individual views, which I don't think anyone would like to share on this platform. But we can have
Mr.
offline.
Vimal Kumar, you could have
offline conversation. I think might be better. Vimal, if you want to answer.
I'm sorry, I'm not in the best position to answer this question. I can't talk anything and everything about the cooking because which I have studied. So I'm sorry for that.
Say at a broad level, but sorry you didn't introduce yourself, so it might be helpful.
Yeah, I am an advisory consultant for MSME and Startup India companies actually.
But at a broad level, because as renewable energy company, we look at some of the net zero scenarios. It seems under some scenarios, it is possible to be net zero by 2070 at a broad level. Now, whether we will do everything possible as a country, including government interface, private sector interventions and investments, that is yet to be seen. If you look at renewable energy story, again, that's where I come from over last 10 years, and everything else moves in the same speed, fashion. It should be possible to be net zero economy by 2070.
See, my second question to Mr. Vimal Kumar is that we are talking about this modern energy cooking. What do you think that the urban, in comparison to the urban areas and rural areas, so what is the strand of the rural areas at this point of time in this pan-India location? What is the scenario presently?
So the recent studies suggest that the penetration and some of the manufacturer data suggest the penetrations are actually across the urban and rural areas. So if I say the one of the largest manufacturer of induction cook stove, they mentioned that their sales come from 3 geography. And if I have to say that, can you guess that one of the geography could be? It is Bihar, which it's assumed that electricity supply is the worst in the Bihar and all. So this kind of surprising data is coming. It is very much word to mouth and all, where the people started using, they are using. Of course, electric cooking till now not primary fuel, but it definitely taking a space in the, yeah. Second, that as government take the leadership role into all this. So some of the committee has been formed, which is Energy Transition Action Committee, which says that we can actually go for 25% by 2030. So yes, the panelists in the inaugural also mentioned that quality of power is actually improving 22 hours, 23.5 hours, and so. So it is, yes, it is possible. And one data I have is I can remember right now, CW along with the Niti Aayog, they conducted a survey. They said that 5% penetration is there in the entire country level for the e-cooking. Yeah.
What do you think about this biofuel technology in that rural aspects actually?
So the biofuel is already available and some of the companies are already here, and the biofuel, especially the biogas technology, which is available. On the biofuel and all, I don't know, you are trying to talk about ethanol or something else. So it is going to take some time, but right now, it's an energy transition. Energy transition where the actually economy is focusing and government is focusing. When I heard the ministers yesterday, he said when I joined ministry, I had 2 targets. How to electrify the economy and how green I can make it. And that's how the company like Renew and all, they did a tremendous job on that. Yeah.
Hi, possibly building on the question earlier. One of my observations, I guess, is that to be a successful business in India is not easy. India is, at one level, it's a huge domestic market. You know, the US, Russia, China, they benefit from having huge domestic markets for companies to grow in. But India is quite challenging at a number of levels. And what we see, I think, is companies with strong technological ideas that are coming forward, focusing on a particular way of cooking. But what I think is also needed, and I'd be interested in your observation, is really strong and innovative business models, and people being quite radical and being able to operate at a scale in a country where the infrastructure is quite a challenge to get out to the market. There's a lot of work you have to do, and obviously Bern have experience in Africa, across Africa, as a vertically integrated company. That's possibly the way to go, but that requires a significant investment and a broad skill set. And I guess I'm starting to think, if we're looking at this in the long term, do we need to start working with the MBA programs, the entrepreneur colleges, the incubators, to say, okay, you may be a visionary entrepreneur, but you don't have technology. How can we help you to find companies that have got really strong technology but have got no idea how to get into the market? And then, the kind of financial models that you need to develop around this. It's not, we may only get so far just kind of helping the current companies to kind of get better at pitching to investors, is what I'm saying. What more can we do to build the ecosystem of the skill mix that is needed?
Yeah, absolutely, great point.
No, I completely agree. I think there's a lot of work happening in silos. That's what we see. So even from the pitching event, right, Vimal, we had 21 companies applying, and a few of them have very similar ideas. Can there be an option to actually join hands? Similarly, can there be an option to aggregate the kind of carbon credits so that it's possible to actually access them? So that will take time, I guess, as in any industry. I also feel there is going to be some kind of consolidation, just like we are seeing in the electric vehicle segment. There are the big players, there are the small players, there will be some kind of. So while we are trying to jump into the bandwagon, we also have to see what's our USP, what is that special sauce that we have, which will help us either be sold off to someone from money-making purposes, or make our business model sustainable in the long term to exist by ourselves. So there's a lot of learning which needs to happen based on these interactions.
And while I come at it with a little bit of bias being a private sector participant, but to me it looks like that nothing can be successful at scale unless there is money to be made in it. While we may say whatever we can say, but even LPG at the end of the day makes money, and therefore it is successful, and therefore any space for it to deal with whatever hundreds of millions of Indian households, unless it is a commercially viable business model and commercially and technologically viable solution which consumer would like to stick to use for years to come, I don't think we'll be successful as a sector. Any last word from fellow panelists? Anything that is burning? So thank you very much for being a patient audience of whatever is left, and sorry for being between you and tea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was indeed an insightful session. Yeah, now I would like to call Mr. Krishna Kumar Sinha, Advisor Finovista and former Industrial Advisor, DIPP, Government of India. Dr. Nick Russo, Industrial Liaison Manager, MECS Programme. And Ms. Seetal Rastogi, Co-founder Finovista, to please come and sum up the session. I invite Sinha sir to please come and sum up the session first, and then Nick can.
Thank you very much, Satyam. Yeah, we have reached now almost at the end of the long day, but very interesting and very informative both. And since I was part of the last year forum as well, which was the first forum organized by us, I can see, I mean, I could observe the difference that this endeavor for transition towards clean cooking has seen or has happened during the last 1 year. In 2022, it was more on finding evidence for convincing people that this is the right way of cooking for either for those who are, I mean, health of those who are engaged in cooking, or for for stopping deforestation, finding time. But I think we have moved ahead. Now that one is established. Now we are working on how to, I mean, that was observed by in various speeches or the addresses during the session, different session, that we are now how to implement it and what are the ways, what are the challenges, how to address them, and the means of challenging them. And finally, now we have come to a stage where we will be reaching to those, I mean, hopefully so, shortly, about the conclusions that how to reach. Sorry. So, I mean, that was an optimistic note with which I would like to mention about today's proceedings. And it was very much evident that now somebody is talking about giving incentive to the consumer who is using an electric cooking devices, or finding making a product or devices which are, I mean, affordable to a common user. I mean, the last session was very, very interesting. And I mean, my thanks to everyone. Even a non-finance man could understand what exactly are the issues involved in it as well. So, I mean, I don't think I have to talk about in detail about who said what, but it was a kind of, you know, I mean, we felt that, I mean, we have moved ahead, and we all have to, I mean, all stakeholders are very optimistic about. Only yesterday, I mean, EESL has launched the initiative for mass deployment of cooking stoves, I mean, induction stoves, I mean. And that's a very good sign of it, provided we will wait for the result of it, how it moves, how it works finally. And what, I mean, it will also would be a learning exercise for all of us, for them as well. And then we can move to the next, and hopefully by the next year we come again, this venue or that venue, I do not know, but the person would be same plus more, who will be more, I mean, more people will be joining in this, a kind of a revolution which is happening. It is a very, very mass revolution as and when it is completed. And I am very happy to be a part of it, proud to be a part of it. And what should be done more, I think Dr. Nick Rousseau is the right man to tell us about it, because he brought it here from UK to India. We took up his program under their guidance, and we will take it forward. I assure you, Dr. Nick. And please guide us further about it. Please. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. It feels like a very big responsibility. I would not claim to be able to guide India, you know, it's a partnership, I hope. So I've got a presentation. If we can get on the screen, just one slide. Sorry, you point. Oh, it's heavy. Right. So. I'm going to try and summarize, because everyone's tired and we all want to go home. More importantly, we want tea. So MECS has a jigsaw approach, because we recognize that lots of different things all have to work together. And I realized today that we've talked a lot about comfort and discomfort, and are we asking people to move out of their comfort zone to be in an uncomfortable place? And actually, my summing up today is that we are all in a pretty uncomfortable place. You know, we all know where we want to get to, and we've all made an investment. The companies have invested real money in developing technologies, and they're struggling to get them into the market. The carbon finance people are kind of coming in and, trying to work out how to take it forward. And, everyone is pushing and committed, and that is so exciting to have brought everyone together into this space where we're now going, what do we do now? And it's scary. And we're trying to get the women to work with the men. Oh my God. What could be harder? Anyway, so we've got lots of elements that we need to kind of push forward together. So my summing up is, so we are investing in research. So NEAS is going to be carrying out a baseline study to look at cooking practice at some scale. We have IIT Mumbai that are developing their supply chain project. We want to work with Terry, with Irade and others that will help to build the research, that will give us the evidence, that can then be used to build tools, practical tools, that we can then build into our capacity building program to equip people to take things forward. And that's going to be through hopefully working with NPTI and others. We're also supporting innovation. We've seen a lot of that outside. Innovation is about sort of trying new things, learning about the needs, and developing new designs. And then, as I was saying, these designs need to be embedded within a business model. And if you've got a really strong design, technology, and business model, then you've got a good chance of getting finance, hopefully, and then you fly. So that's another journey that we're on. We need, through the research and through our work with everyone, to understand the challenges. And the challenges are many, there's lots of challenges. No one's going to disagree with that. So if we can understand the challenges and do some good analysis on those challenges, we can then put recommendations up to the policymakers and hopefully see some changes in policy. So these are all journeys that I hope, again, a year from now, we'll be a lot further on. We must remember, though, that at the end of the day, our success is probably measured by the number of women who are cooking with electricity. That is pretty much it. But we also have to remember that quite a lot of those women are married, and a lot of them to men. So gender is a critical part of this, and we've obviously talked about that. And in order to get happy women cooking with electricity and happy men who are also probably cooking with electricity, we need to have lots of voices that are very diverse and male and female, and that is about changing the balance, because currently, as we've seen, sometimes your room can be full of men, and that's why we need to have this Women in Modern Energy Cooking movement to really try to build the profile and the involvement and the voice of women across everything we're doing to help make this happen. I think I'm going to stop there. So yeah, lots to do, and we're going to do that under the Gecko umbrella. So that's quite exciting as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nick, and all of you. Like Deepak said, of whatever is left right now. So Dr. Nick has pretty much covered on what are the things that we are going to taking care from henceforth and what are the forthcoming initiatives. During the day, we've heard Mr. Vimal talk about the initiatives that we have already successfully concluded. Me and my team are here, and if there is anything that you guys want to discuss with respect to already done initiatives, anything that we are doing new, you want to be a part of it, any clarifications, we are happy to chat. And just closing on this, a big thank you to all of you and taking time out. And a big round of applause for the entire Finovista and MECS team for putting this together. Tirelessly working for the past, I think, 1 month to put a successful program together. So, yeah. And to all the companies who supported us in terms of the exhibition of the products, and thank you for all the support to our partners. And yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I should have said that. Yes, thank you. They are amazing. They're doing sterling work. there's just one of me, and there's, I don't know how many are of them, but it's a great team, and they're doing, yeah, it's fabulous. I hope you all agree, but I think we've had a really good day, actually. It's been excellent, so definitely.